Goodson. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you today?
I can't complain, although you got me working on my birthday, but that's a different story. Yeah. Let me take you back to the off season a little bit and tell me how all the things that went on, off the field, away from the field, surrounding the program. How has that helped to strengthen the program to where it is today?
Yeah, this program has been through a lot through the offseason. It's a joyful incident, and former players trying to come together and do the school. But I think as a team, we've grown together. We've had lots of team discussions about the George Floyd incident and what's going on with the former players. And I think it's honestly brought us together and brought us stronger. And as you can see, if you are in inside leadership, has definitely grown.
Tell me this, what do you see in this Penn State team? They're struggling a little bit, but what do you see when you're studying film?
Right. They're a good defense. They're obviously they didn't have the start that they want to do, but this team is for sure going to come in and play as hard as they can to get their first win. So what I see on film is just a fast defense that's ready to make plays.
How different is it playing in Kenneth with no fans?
Oh, it's very different. Walking out during the storm is not the same. It feels all wet. And that's what we're going through today. We have to try to find a way to motivate ourselves and give ourselves our own energy.
Tell me about your offense and where you guys have grown and where you guys need to continue to grow as an offense.
Yes, we've grown everywhere, to be honest with you. For me, ever since I got here, the stretch play has been looking the best. It's been some time in here, So it's going pretty good. So the run game is definitely growing for sure. I think we need to continue to grow on just going slow, taking the baby steps and not getting ahead of ourselves. Because right now, this team is for sure a little bit confident and we're building a strong foundation and knowing that we can win each and every week.
Thanks a lot. I got one more question for you. Have you heard anything about the lounging effect? It's essentially when you sit down and you interview with me, you have to have a huge game. I mean, it's the only way it works.
I never heard of it, so I guess this is the first time.
Well, you better know, so don't screw this thing up for me. I mean, I'm batting 100% with you, and you're up now.
Yeah, so I have all this first up and I'll put it to camera. There's no
You're ashamed. You're sucking this kid.
Suck him in.
Yeah.
I'm blind and single.
Yeah. All right. Well,
what you got to do?
Yeah, you self-promote. I mean, the truth of the matter is, if you look back at who's lounged with Howard the last 2.5 years, they've done pretty well. It's usually a precursor to a really good game.
Perhaps the chicken in the egg.
Oh, stop it.
Well, you're saying he's a front runner, which I think we all know he is a front runner. So he picks someone who he knows is going to have a good game. Yeah.
Or as Harrington came going into the line.
Right.
You play your way in,
The
and you threaten
disrespect
on the way out.
around here is just out of control.
I do feel like there are ways we could test this going forward, and maybe we should work on that as a group. But let's update people on the Big Ten football that's actually going on right now, including Illinois and Nebraska. And this is not a game, I think, that any of us would have predicted going in the direction that it has. Not that Illinois is winning, but that they are absolutely annihilating the Huskers. There's Chase Brown taking it in for a touchdown, 14-7. Illinois, it has been a comedy of errors, frankly, for Nebraska. Luke McCaffrey intercepted here by Tariq Barnes. They have turned it over 4 times and counting in this game. And then it's Brandon Peters is back from the COVID battle. He's looked great. I mean, their offense is clicking. Howard, Josh Imatorbhebhe here.
Yeah, it's playing really well, controlling the game on the ground, too.
They've gone over 200 rushing and passing. Mike Epstein having a nice game, closing in on 100 yards, gets 58 of them right here, Joshua.
Absolutely, and it's been the run game really picked up. Obviously, throwing the ball well, but these guys have really found a way to pound the rock on the ground.
They would score from there a couple plays later. And look at this from Nebraska. I mean, was this meant to be a fake punt, or was it just so open that Blake Hayes had to run?
You got to force the kick. It's a fundamental of special teams. Force the kick.
Yeah, I'd say it was good. I think he did that after seeing the...
That's what it felt like. There was no one open. Wandale Robinson, one glimmer for the Huskers there, takes it down the 1-yard line. McCaffrey would sneak it in a couple plays later to get him within 31-17. But Peters the other way, 38-17. They just kicked the field goal, 41-17. Illinois, a little less than 10 minutes to go. Look, I want to give credit where credit is due first. I know Nebraska is a big story, and the fact that they're not playing well again is a huge part of what people are going to be talking about. But Howard, wow, does Illinois look good?
Well, one of the biggest things, they take the football away. And this is historic for Lovie Smith if you followed his career. His teams, when they take the ball away, that's when they're at their most successful, and that's what Illinois has been able to do. 4 takeaways today, I believe.
We talked about the quarterback position this morning on tailgate. I made the comment, is Brandon Peters back because when he left for COVID, he was the starter and that's Lovie's policy, or is he coming back and starting because of the style of play? If you look at the stats, it's clearly because of the style of play. Lovie's rule may apply, but they are 50%. I think they're 200 yards rushing, 200 yards passing, or in that area. Plus, Brandon Peters has carried the ball, Joshua, on the side play enough that Nebraska has to defend the option. And the ability for Peters maybe to throw better than the other quarterbacks is an added dimension. But clearly, they want to be balanced on offense today against Nebraska.
No, that balance has been huge, and him running the side play, like you said, that option, I didn't think he was going to be so much of that guy because we haven't really seen it. He's going to be a guy that they wanted to keep in the pocket. He's done a great job throwing it, but you got to give a ton of credit to the run game, and they have been very balanced, like you said. About 200 through the air, about 250 on the ground. They've got a running back over 100 yards right now, one who's nearing in that 90, 100 range. And so, game's not even over yet. They've been able to get what they want on the ground, too. And having that balance allows them to open up the playbook. It makes it a lot easier for those players on offense to have success. I didn't expect the offense to look as good as it does today.
So they have absolutely controlled the game. And again, hats off to Illinois. They have played really well. But, man, they have been aided and abetted by the Huskers in this game. Howard, this could be 8 losses in their last 10 games for Nebraska. And they really, at no point in this game, have been in this game.
And that's what's tough to watch if you're a Nebraska fan, to watch the football team go out and just not be able to put anything together. We talked about the turnovers, but now you're seeing the defense that looked like it had gotten better in the previous weeks. Now all of a sudden struggling, can't stop the run of the pass today. Just a lot of issues with this football team.
There's 3 teams that don't look like you expect them to look, and it's about the intangibles. You look at Nebraska, you look at Penn State, and you look at Michigan. It just looks like, and it's impossible for us to tell watching the game, but it just doesn't look like they're all playing with the same energy, the same enthusiasm. Illinois, as much as we just talked about how they're playing on offense and how you mentioned about the takeaways, Illinois is playing with a great energy, great enthusiasm. And these brand names like Nebraska, Michigan, Penn State, in my opinion, have not done that.
Yeah, no, the energy is a big deal. I'll say this. So one thing that's really stood out to me was how they can't figure out the quarterback position at Nebraska. You had Martinez in there. You felt like you wanted to make a change. McCaffrey goes in, turns the ball over a couple of times, just isn't that productive. I'm looking for some more efficiency out of that position. I know it's tough when you change a guy for him to really get comfortable and fit into the offense, but it's just really surprising that offense is not further along.
And they just don't look comfortable throwing it at all. I mean, he ran the ball 20 times in the first half. And, is that really the formula for success? It doesn't seem like it. It certainly hasn't been the formula for success today. And again, there's going to be a lot of questions.
Yes, America needs farmers, but Penn State football also needs a win. Welcome to YouTube. College football, Iowa, Penn State live reactions, play-by-play live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Iowa, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Iowa, Penn State about to kick off on the Big Ten Network, coming up at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Penn State, the Nittany Lions are trying to avoid their first ever 0-5 start in program history this afternoon as 2-2 Iowa comes to Happy Valley. They are averaging 42 points a game the past 2 weeks as they are 2-2, started out 0-2 on the season with losses to Purdue and Northwestern. However, have won 2 in a row versus Michigan State and Minnesota last Friday night after only averaging 20 points the first 2 games. So Iowa looking like a totally different team midway through the season. And on top of that, on defense, they've only given up 7 points a game on defense the past 2 weeks as well. Whereas Penn State, the Nittany Lions are only averaging 25.5 points per game, and while, of course, giving up more overall because they are winless at 0-4, trying to avoid 0-5 for the first time ever, as mentioned. Hopefully the Nittany Lions can pick up their first win here before Thanksgiving. However, Penn State has not lost to the Iowa Hawkeyes since 2010. It has been a decade since the Hawkeyes have beaten the Nittany Lions. They have not won in Happy Valley since 2009. So 2009, of course, would have been in Iowa City at Kinnick Stadium, as Iowa at that point had won 3 in a row. But now the Nittany Lions have won 6 straight in the series, which is the record in this 17-12 series that Penn State owns, which was actually the final score of last year's game as well, that came down to the wire. The last 3 meetings have been decided by a total of 13 points, decided by less than 6 points the last 3 years. So expect a very, very close game once again this afternoon. Iowa so far this season, I've seen them a few times, as of course seen Penn State 4 total times this year as well. They've been slow and steady in Kirk Ferentz's 22nd year at the helm. Slow and steady, of course, wins the race, but come second half, they've been pedal to the metal and blowing out their opponents. As mentioned, the first 2 weeks of the season only averaging 20 points. Last 2 weeks, 42 points. So they've turned on the Jets a little bit, and as mentioned, Iowa looking like a completely different team, but looking for their first win at Penn State since 2009, their first win versus the Lions since 2010. Penn State, on the flip side of all that, is, well, basically their second half team, and they'll get to it when they get to it. They've been procrastinating a lot so far this season, as currently both James Franklin and Kirk Ferentz pregame interviews with the Big Ten Network. We'll see who starts at quarterback for Penn State, whether it be Sean Clifford or Will Levis, as Levis came in during the second half last week on the road at Nebraska, looked a lot better. However, Penn State needs to find a running game, can't turn the ball over. They need to be more balanced in every aspect of football, on offense, defense, and special teams. And they got to start fast, along with they have to be able to finish drives with points, field goals, or touchdowns. They can't turn the ball over. No more super penalties on top of all that as well. So hopefully they'll start fast. Hopefully they're not going to wait until midway through the third or late in the fourth quarter to try to come back before it is, in fact, too late at that point. But I think it's going to be an old school type of football game this afternoon. Low scoring, an odd score of some sorts as well, once again, as it was last year, 25-20, somewhere in that neck of the woods. But only time will tell, of course, as we're about ready to kick off here coming up shortly. And then over the next few hours or so, we'll see how the game plays out. But Penn State, they need to find a running game. Can't turn the ball over. Got to start fast and be able to finish. Penn State also, for the third time in program history, wearing throwback uniforms. They're new generations of greatness unis. They've worn 3 times overall now, including today. Back in 2017, it all began with Indiana. Last year's Purdue. Today, it's Iowa. Of course, once again, no fans in attendance other than friends and family of coaches and players for both respective teams, as Iowa making the almost 20-hour haul to central Pennsylvania. But take a look at Iowa. Kirk Ferentz, as mentioned, in his 22nd year at the helm for the Hawkeyes in Iowa City. He's currently the longest tenured head coach in Division I college football at 164 and 106 overall. However, he is seeking his 100th career Big Ten win this afternoon. If he gets it, kudos to him, congrats to him if Iowa does in fact beat Penn State a little bit later on this afternoon. He deserves it by far. He's one of the best head coaches in all college football, and rightfully so. His longest tenure currently. And Iowa at 2-2, they'll be on the road to their 18th bowl game in his 22 years. Only had a few losing seasons there. I mean, they did have a losing season. Looking back on it, one of the other 3 years, however, still wasn't good enough for a bowl game. But he's had success, even with some recent off-the-field issues. Take a look at Iowa on offense. First-year starting quarterback, number 7, Spencer Petros. He's not much of a runner. He's a big 6'5" kid from San Francisco, California. Penn State needs to bring pressure off the edge, keep bringing pressure on him all afternoon, force him out of the pocket, make him feel as uncomfortable as possible, and make him, make some throws, make him make some plays he doesn't want to. And hopefully Penn State then on defense will still be able to cover and tackle when it's all said and done, because Iowa at the running back position, Iowa always has damn good running backs, as does Wisconsin. But Tyler Goodson and Mekhi Lydell Sargent going to be toting the rock this afternoon for the Hawkeyes, and then out wide for Petros to throw to. You got Smith and Smith Marset. So keep an eye out for those names this afternoon. And honestly, that's about it. I mean, if Penn State does in fact lose, I would assume James Franklin's seat is in fact going to get a little hotter, as Penn State would be 0-5 for the first time ever in program history. Joe Paterno never did that. Bill O'Brien never did that. James Franklin now in his 7th season. I get it's 2020, COVID-19, but it's not an excuse. Everyone else is still playing college football, playing NFL football, playing football overall, whether it be high school, college, or the NFL, whatever level it is. Everyone has still had the same amount of time to go out and do what you need to do. And it's unacceptable. It's inexcusable. There's a list of words I could go on and on and on about with how Penn State has played so far this season. But so far in 2020, Penn State football has been disappointing. And if James Franklin and Penn State do not win this afternoon, as I said last week, I do expect him to be fired or for him to bolt to the NFL after this season. But only time's going to tell. We'll see for sure. I mean, they could surprise us all, here this afternoon. It's all going to depend who they start at quarterback, honestly. If it's Will Levis, Sean Clifford, I think Levis gives them a better shot to win, because we've seen what Clifford's done all season so far, along with all last year. Good quarterback, but it's RPO, and it's zone read, quarterback draw every single play. Air it out a little bit more. Got to get a run game going. You got to be balanced. You don't have a run game, you're not going to win. And rightfully so, they're 0-4. But Levis in the second half last week, obviously totally different quarterback. Penn State on offense looked like a totally different team on the road against Nebraska, like I said earlier. And he's honestly a better runner than Clifford is, but Clifford's a better thrower. So even with Levis potentially getting his start today, he started before, so don't want to say first career start by any means. He started last year against Rutgers when Clifford was out after the Ohio State game this time last year in late November. As we're only halfway through the season now, this year, late November, because it is 2020. Hopefully everyone's staying safe. But Clifford, a better thrower than Levis, but Levis can, throw deep downfield if needed too. But somebody has to step up on offense, tight end, wide receiver, I don't care. Fryermuth, Brenton Strange. I mean, Parker Washington's emerged as number 2 receiver behind John Dotson, no doubt about that. Keandre Lambert-Smith as well from 757. I mean, they have, a lot of talent, okay? And they're young, but they're also experienced, and they have depth, okay? And I've been saying that all season long. So if they can just put it all together and not, do anything stupid, sitting at 0-4, get a run game going, no stupid penalties, don't turn the ball over, you know, hopefully stop Iowa on offense with the way they've been playing the past few weeks, and maybe you'll come out on top today. But that's all on paper. We have to let it be settled on the field. And as mentioned, we're about to kick off from Beaver Stadium over in Happy Valley, coming up on the Big Ten Network. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Currently in college football, LSU on the road, leading by 3 against Arkansas with under 2 minutes to play. Arkansas with the football around midfield. Felipe Franks, former Florida Gator, as Arkansas lost to Florida last Saturday night with the first down pass near side. So first down Hogs. And then Coastal Carolina going to pick up a win at home and get to 8-0. Ranked in the top 25 over App State 34 to 23. App State lost to Marshall on the road earlier this year. They'll lose to the Chanticleers today on the road as well by 11. They got about a minute to play as well. Penn State's played 3 of these 4 teams that I've just named off. Never played Arkansas, but we'll have to see what happens with the tail end of both of these games. And as mentioned, about to kick off from Beaver Stadium with Iowa and Penn State. About 5 minutes or so before they'll go live on the scene. And we'll have to see who's on the call for the Big Ten Network. Rick Pizzo going to be on the field. Of course, no fans in attendance, though. Cardboard cutouts in the south end zone where the students normally sit at. I mean, they might have added more. And that's a big blow. Pat Fryermuth not dressed. And Pat Fryermuth will not play today. So it looks like Levis is going to start, as Penn State just ran out of the tunnel for some pregame warm-ups. Yeah, Levis, he'll get the start, it looks like. Clifford, he'll play today too, you would think, unless Levis is just, you know, showcasing all his talents and can't be stopped, which I honestly don't expect much of that, though, either. We'll see. But that's a huge low blow. That's a big loss for Penn State on offense now today. Breaking news, tight end Baby Gronk, number 87, Pat Fryermuth, will not play today for the Nittany Lions. Not dressed, not suiting up. Brenton Strange will start at tight end. Maybe Theo Johnson, the true freshman from the Great White North, maybe he'll get some action as well, along with Zach Kuntz. Got to get a run game going, honestly. All starts up front. Got to block. Offensive line's been shaky all season. Got to run the ball. I get the injuries with Journey Brown and Noah Kane early on. Yeah, two true freshman running backs from the state of Florida, and Kevon Lee and Keziah Holmes. And then...
the intangibles will tell us what's going on in the locker room.
Yeah.
Definitely a proud day.
Yep, exactly.
Between Iowa and Penn State. Let's send it out.
Iowa, Penn State about to kick off. And Penn State legend, NFL Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion, former general manager of the Detroit Lions, Matt Millen, going to be on the call for Iowa, Penn State this afternoon, and the Nittany Lions are about to take the field with James Franklin still at the helm. As mentioned, if they do lose today, I expect his seat to get a little hotter than it already is, if not fired tomorrow morning. But Penn State wearing their Generations of Greatness uniforms for the third time today, and Penn State now running out of the tunnel on the field. And hopefully they can pick up a win. Always had respect for Iowa, though. Have always had respect for Iowa. Penn State is the Iowa of the Big Ten East, and vice versa. Iowa is the Penn State of the Big Ten West. It's blue collar versus blue collar. It's you better bring your lunch pail to work, hard hat on, and we're going to go head to head, and whoever comes out on top, well, congrats to you.
For this contest isn't only about what happens between the lines. This is for provincial pride.
Iowa's still fighting in the Big Ten West, as we'll get Wisconsin and Northwestern coming up shortly on ABC. Ohio State hosting Indiana this afternoon as well. We saw Purdue last night get screwed on the road against Minnesota. Michigan at Rutgers later on tonight as well. So Matt Millen on the call for the Big Ten Network for Iowa Penn State. Played under Joe Paterno, of course, late 1970s, early 1980s. Played for the Raiders, 49ers, and Redskins. Won a few Super Bowls, Hall of Famer. Got into broadcasting, and then, of course, took over the Detroit Lions. That was a dumpster fire. Got back into broadcasting, had open heart surgery a few years back on Christmas. Good to see he's doing well. But Penn State United, those patches on the jersey still above the Big Ten logo. Nike on the other side. Numbers on the side of the helmets for the third time in the past few years, as those were around in the 50s, 60s, and early to mid 70s before going away. And then in 2012, when Mike Maudie went down with an injury, they put numbers on the side of their helmets for the Wisconsin game to close out the year. Hard to believe 8 years ago this upcoming week. But Iowa up front, talking about the Hogs. Arkansas is going to lose at home by 3, 27-24 against LSU. So LSU, they're still going to let out Fayetteville, and I mean, Arkansas is still going to be calling the Hogs one way or another, as they'll fall to 3-5 on the season. But I mean, hell, who knows? Maybe Penn State gets matched up with one of those two if they go to a bowl game. They got to win today. They got to win, a few more. They got Iowa today, at Michigan, and then at Rutgers over the next 2 weeks, and then Michigan State to close it out on December the 12th before Big Ten Champions Week, before Christmas. But Iowa up front, 6'5" and up, if not close to a few 7-footers on that offensive line. And Iowa's going to run the ball down your throat, play action all afternoon, and beat you deep. That's Iowa football. That's Hayden Fry, that's Kirk Ferentz. And Iowa on to kick off. We're burning daylight. We're now underway, and we're going to have a touchback on the opening kickoff. It'll be 1st and 10, Penn State Nittany Lions. Right to left across your television screen, radio, and audio dial. From the 25-yard line, number 7, Will Levis, getting the start this afternoon at home against the Iowa Hawkeyes, who enter at 2-2, Penn State 0-4. Once again, got to get the run game going with the trio in the backfield. I get everyone's banged up by now. You can't turn the ball over. You can't have any stupid penalties, though. Run the ball, be balanced. Somebody's got to step up at wide receiver behind Jahan Dawson, Parker Washington Country, Lambert Smith, Elliott, and TJ Jones, for that matter. But in the meantime, built Ford tough. Devin Ford, number 28, going to get the carry for 3 yards up the gut. 2nd down and 7 for the blue and white. Coming up shortly, we will turn on Wisconsin and Northwestern, along with Cincinnati and Central Florida, as well as we got a good slate here this afternoon at 3:30. We'll also check in coming up at halftime with some stats and scores from the first half, along with from around the rest of college football. Stay tuned. Another handoff to Devin Ford there. He's going to lose a few yards in the backfield and bring up a 3rd down and long for Penn State on their opening drive, and I'd look for Iowa to bring some pressure here, make Levis feel uncomfortable as well. So it'll be 7 versus 7 at the quarterback position. They bring 4. Levis gets rid of it. It's going to be caught. Parker Washington, 1st down, Penn State, the 36-yard line, as he picks up 13 on 3rd down and 12. Parker Washington, the true freshman wide receiver from Houston, Texas, has emerged, as mentioned, as the go-to number 2 receiver behind number 5, Jahan Dawson. They have weapons. They have a bunch of talent. Franklin's been able to recruit out the ass in his 7 years. But for 2020, for some unknown reason, they just can't put it out on the field. Ford on the screen, far side. He's only going to get about a yard or so on that. 2nd down and 9 as they inch towards midfield. See some people in the stands, as mentioned, friends and family from coaches and players from both teams. Out of the gun, 4 wide. Toss play to Devin Ford, and for about 4 yards for Ford. It's going to bring up 3rd down and medium, about 3rd and 5.5, 6, 3rd and 5, with a 12:40 to play here in the opening quarter on Penn State's opening drive. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. We got trips now near side, 3rd down and 5. They need the 46. And we got a false start, 3rd down and 10. Jesus Christ. Come on, Michael Menet. How can the center get a false start? Jesus Christ. Already, not even 3 minutes in, shooting themselves in the foot. Because now on 3rd down and 10, they're probably not going to convert. They'll be brought up short, and they'll have to bring on the punt unit. Trips once again near side. Levis looking to throw. He's going to step up in the pocket, step back, and then he throws it far side. It's caught, but it's caught out of bounds, incomplete, they said, by Devin Ford. But was he pushed out? Yeah, if he was pushed out, came back in, okay. But if he went out by himself, as Matt Mellon just stated, yeah, he'd have to reestablish himself and then catch the football. Legal contact, it's incomplete. And what do you know? Penn State on the punt from 35, a play after a 5-yard false start. And Iowa almost with a block. Punt return, out past 30, this is coming back. There's a flag on the play. It's going to be a block in the back or a hold. Iowa with a return out past midfield of the 45-yard line. Great starting field position for the Hawks. It'll be 1st and 10 for 45, but there is a flag on the punt return. This is going to be coming back. Yeah, it's going to be a block in the back or a hold, it looks like.
Our referee today is Mark Kluzinski.
Holding on the return, 10 yards from the spot of the foul, 1st down. Timeout. All right, so Iowa going to get the ball when we return. 11:45 to play in the opening quarter. We're all tied up at 0 with Iowa and Penn State after Penn State's opening drive resulted in a punt. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool in Week 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag Iowa, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. I'll get to those in a minute. As mentioned, we're going to put on Cincinnati and Central Florida, along with Wisconsin and Northwestern, also in the Big Ten. So we check in on 2 7-0 ball games with Cincinnati and Central Florida, along with Wisconsin and Northwestern. In the meantime, back to Beaver Stadium, Iowa 1st and 10 from the 22-yard line, pass complete near side, and Keaton Ellis along with Brandon Smith on the stop for the Penn State defense. Spencer Petras, I have to make the makeable plays. I think any quarterback would say that. 2nd and 4 after a pickup of 6.
That is 100% true. Don't do more than you have to do. Make the makeable plays. That's
Give
he sticks with that, he'll be fine.
to the running back, and a loss of about 4 yards. And Brisker on the stop, number 1. It'll be 3rd down and long now for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Take what the defense gives you. Take what the defense gives you. Iowa now going to be out of the gun. 3rd and 8 from the 24. Pass over the middle, caught at the 40-yard line. Big first down pickup for the Hawkeyes. 1st and 10. That's a big NO. That is a big NO. They've already lost 4 times, and yet it's still here, so no. To answer your question.
It's a good offensive line to trust.
Gain of 16, giving Iowa the first down. Play action. Petras fires again on the slant.
Another slant pass over the middle, caught for another first down for Iowa.
Defensively, the Nittany Lions will go this way after the gain of 11.
Just disappointing. It's not that hard to, cover. Christ, it's pathetic. From the 49, 1st and 10. Another handoff up the gut. Iowa first down run inside the 30, the 25, and maybe another 15 yards with a personal foul, late hit out of bounds with that tackle. They're going to let it go. 1st and 10 Iowa. Just, I tell you what.
There's something in there that's going on that I'm not a big fan of at all. I don't know why I don't even know if they teach it, but they're going to have to get something straightened out. But what I really want to point out is the play of their center. And Tyler Linderbaum is a heck of a football player.
From the 24, 1st and 10. Play action, pass incomplete. Had a man wide open, overthrew him. Far sideline, Lamont Wade, and Keaton Ellis on the coverage. Ellis playing a lot the past few weeks after disappeared at the beginning of the season. Don't know if he was injured or Joey Porter Jr. was just the better player between the two, and of course Porter Jr., Joey Porter's son, Steeler great, was getting the starts, and he's still playing, but Ellis getting a little bit more playing time past 2 games. From the 24, 2nd and 10 Iowa on the handoff and around near side, and about a yard on that play.
Keep your eye right there on that center. There you go. He's a good football player, and here's why. He's assignment right. He's very smart. Every time he has an opportunity to make a block, he takes advantage of it. I have yet to see it. I watched all 4 of their games. I think he may have missed maybe 2 blocks.
I'll have you know, I still have the bruises from this morning when you were showing me how to punch and how he would punch specifically.
3rd down and 9. Big 3rd down for Penn State on defense here.
From Solon, Iowa.
Need to stop. You can force them to and hold them to a field goal. It'd be a big win after this drive. Pass over the middle, incomplete at the goal line. And now 4th and 9. Iowa going to bring on the field goal unit for 3.
Look, this is one of the things he's talking about. Make the makeable play. That's a tough play to make because he has to go over Lucetta, who had very good coverage. It would have been a one-hander, but he went to the right spot. Actually, pretty well thrown ball.
And this is going to be from about... It's good. It sneaks in right at the last second. Yeah, that was from about 41, 42 yards. from the 24-yard line. So looked like it was going to hook wide right, and then just barely snuck in last second. Iowa with a field goal, up 3-0 now after their opening drive. So Penn State with a punt after a 5-yard false start on 3rd and 5. I mean, I get, okay, opening drives for both teams. Both teams have had penalties. But you look how dominant Iowa just was on that drive. Balanced, running the football. First-year starting quarterback and Spencer Petras able to air it out. Missed a few throws, but they were still able to, even after a good return on the punt that brought them back because of that penalty they had on the hold. And then the timeout, another timeout, commercial break now, so we'll get back to the action shortly. Thanks once again for tuning in and watching, but they were still able to move the ball downfield and get a good drive on the road here early on. So it ends with a field goal. Iowa will take it. 3 points is 3 points. You don't know if that's going to, come into play a little bit later on or not. Hell, Penn State couldn't even get past midfield. So Iowa with a 3-0 lead here early first quarter, as Penn State will in fact get the ball back once we do return. But got to get a run game going. Devin Ford. Hopefully Kevon Lee and Keziah Holmes play more than what they've played the past few weeks. Because early on, okay, I get Jordan Brown was a go-to number one coming into the season. Monday before Indiana game, now it's heart condition, out for the season. Then before last week, had medically retired, so they'll never play football again. And then during the Indiana game, 3 plays in, Noah Kane goes down with a season-ending injury. However, like I said, they're young. However, they're experienced and they got depth. 5 running backs, 2 of them true freshmen. Devin Ford played some last year, so he's go-to number 1 now. He was averaging, I believe it was only 45 yards a game, if I'm not mistaken, leading into the Nebraska game on the road last week. Now, they were able to run the ball better last week compared to the other games so far this season, but it still needs to be, and it can be better. They know that. We know that. So they can get a run game going. Devin Ford, who's been the number 1, because, like I said, it seemed like last week, even though Kevon Lee, and then even the week before, Kevon Lee had a touchdown or 2, and then you had Keziah Holmes as well, getting a few touches. Dish them out to, the 3, evenly as possible, but honestly, I tell you what, if they can't run the ball, and rightfully so, they haven't been able to run the goddamn ball all season long in their own 4 for a reason, but something needs to change. We're going to have a fair catch signal for on the kickoff, so that's a touchback, and it'll be 1st and 10, Penn State once again from the 25-yard line. So, get the running game going with Devin Ford. Hopefully Levis can make some plays with his arm and with his legs. And if they can't move the ball, they're going to be screwed. Because they didn't even get past midfield a few weeks back against Maryland until 4th quarter. And it was too late. You got to start fast. And you got to finish drives. And you got to put up points. You can't punt or settle for field goals all the time. Especially when you're already down now 3-0 midway through the opening quarter. Levis on a few yards there. And yeah, Pat Fryermuth out today. So look for somebody to hopefully step up at tight end. Levis on a quarterback keeper up the gut, 3 yards for him. And it'll be a big first down pickup there. New order from the state of Pennsylvania as well. As, of course, players on the sidelines, along with coaches all season long at the college and NFL level, have been wearing their mask accordingly. But there's a new order saying, well, now while you're playing on the field, you have to be wearing a mask as well, which is total bullshit. Tom Wolf down in Harrisburg and his sidekick trainee, they're a crock of shit. And honestly, okay, she doesn't have any power whatsoever. She's just kissing his ass. Making these stupid ass rules that they have no clue whatsoever about, but then, like a couple hours later the next day, because this is just over the past 48 hours or so, players and coaches, or so players while they're playing, like you still need to wear a mask on the sideline, which they've done, but on the field now you don't have to. And that goes for, Penn State, Pitt, Temple, the Steelers, the Eagles, any high school, any college team at any division, the two NFL teams in the Steel City and the City of Brotherly Love, and then anybody that's visiting as an opponent playing those respective teams need to wear a mask or a bottom face shield, but they overturned that. They reversed it and said now you don't have to. But just want to bring that up because you see players, of course, and coaches still wearing a mask on the sideline, which I get it is what it is. It's 2020 and life goes on. First down, Penn State. I've had a few plays since that ramble started, but they still haven't really moved the ball. They're near midfield, just past midfield, I should say, ball at the 47-yard line. And on 2nd and 5 now, another quarterback draw up the gut, Will Levis. And going back to what I was saying with the comparison with Sean Clifford and number 7, Will Levis, who got the start once again today, came in the second half. They looked like a totally different team last week. And almost, picked up the first win. And hopefully they don't go to 0-5 the first time ever with a loss today. But, hey, if it happens, it happens. Shit happens every once in a while. From the 41, 1st and 10. Levis out of the gun, gonna pass complete near side. And that is number 84, the true freshman tight end from Canada, Theo Johnson, who honestly could be the next big thing at the tight end position for the Penn State offense. Big blow, not having Freiermuth. Don't know what's up with him by any means. Why he didn't dress, they didn't really say. They just said he wasn't dressed and wanted to play today. So I'd assume he's banged up or, don't want to say it by any means, has COVID. Now, you get tested, they're probably going to tell you have the goddamn thing whether you do or not. And, that's just how it's been, since March. But how do you explain everything else? Including all the deaths. Like it's not fake, it's not a hoax by any means, but if he had COVID, he wouldn't even be there. He's on the sideline, so he's probably just dinged up a little bit. But next man up mentality. Theo Johnson on their completion near side, and then on 2nd and 5, another quarterback draw up the gut for Will Levis and a first down pickup for Penn State. But Clifford's the better thrower between the two. Can also run. Hell, he's led the team in rushing. That's how bad they are at running the football this year at running back. But then turning the ball over, Clifford's done that way too many times this year, so they made the switch. Clifford able to run it. We've seen it so far in this drive. First down, quarterback draw up the middle. After first down, quarterback draw up the middle. One after another after another. Second down and about medium again. 2nd and 5 coming up for Penn State on offense. So, hey, run the same thing until they stop it. Why not? But, okay, you start fast, start strong. Now in the red zone. You still can't turn the ball over. No super penalties. You have to be able to finish drives with points. You have to get some points on this drive now. And Levis hands off. That is 24, Kevon Lee, who's emerged as the go-to number 2 running back behind Devin Ford. So it's Ford, Lee, and Holmes as your 3 tailback, and then at wide receiver it's Dawson, Washington, and Keandre Lambert-Smith. And Devin Ford from Northern Virginia, he's not a bad running back. It's just, the same thing goes for Kevon Lee and Keziah Holmes. You're just going to be able to block for him up front. They can block for Levis on a quarterback draw, but they can't block for a running back being given the ball on a handoff and it's up the line of scrimmage. So Levis, once again, on a quarterback keeper, going to tuck it and run. And Penn State now inside the 10, down at the 6, knocking on the door. 1st and goal for the blue and white. Out of the gun, 3 wide. They'll probably run a fade top of your screen. No. Levis going to hand off. Kevon Lee, and Kevon Lee is going to get in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. And that's what you want to see, okay? Arguably one of their best drives, if not their best drive all season long, and we're 5 games in, okay? Obviously, not saying much, but at the same time it is, because at least they finally were able to finish and put up 6. Penninger now on for the extra point. An Iowa native in his 3rd year kicking, and that extra point's up and good. So Penn State, run. I mean, we saw, a few passes of Theo Johnson on that drive. Penn State with 7. Penn State with a touchdown. The Lions now lead 7-3 against the visiting Iowa Hawkeyes. So 2 drives in for Penn State. A punt on their opening after a 5-yard false start. Iowa capitalized with 3. And like I said, they'll take that. But now they're going to try to get back into it because they just gave up 7 to Penn State. But even if Penn State's found a running game with Will Levis at quarterback, running it up the gut on quarterback draw after quarterback draw, somebody else still has to step up. He can't do it all himself. Okay, they still have to find a running game with the running backs. And I get, okay, Kevon Lee just scored a touchdown, but it was from, 6 yards out on a handoff up the gut. Eventually, you keep running the ball, you're going to break one eventually. And we saw that last week with both Kevon Lee and Keziah Holmes. Lee's went for a big 40-plus yard touchdown run against Nebraska. So it all starts up front. You got to be able to block, run the damn ball. Just run it as much as you possibly can, honestly. Because you look at it, Levis really didn't throw a whole lot on that drive. Now, if need be, he'll be able to throw. Don't get me wrong. But if he's, going to be running a quarterback draw off the gut every play, yeah, he's going to be banged up by the end of the game. But hopefully by that point, they'll have a comfortable lead or be in a situation where, okay, they might need a stop on defense, they might not. We'll see if it comes down to that or not. Wisconsin on the road just tied it up at 7 against Northwestern. So keeping a close eye on this game as well in the Big Ten West. And Illinois put it to Nebraska earlier. Iowa will host Nebraska next Friday, on Black Friday at 1 o'clock, 12 noon Central for everyone in the Heartland. Penn State going to be at Michigan next Saturday with a kick time still to be determined. Probably going to be a noon or 3:30 game. Once again, today's 3:30 kick, the 3rd of the season. Of course, they opened at Indiana at 3:30 and then hosted Ohio State in the whiteout with no fans. Maryland 2 weeks ago at 3:30, and then at Nebraska last Saturday afternoon at noon, 11 Central, out in Lincoln at Memorial Stadium. And back home today for the first time in 2 weeks before they'll go on the road for the next 2 weeks at Michigan and at Rutgers before Michigan State comes to town, as mentioned. So 3:30 kick on the Big Ten Network. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. We got a touchback now on the kickoff. And Iowa going to get the ball back down for 7-3, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. once we return once again, as they'll take another quick commercial break here, hopefully. In the meantime, though, as mentioned, Penn State wearing their Generations of Greatness uniforms for the third time ever. Great face masks on the helmet. Those were donned by the Lions from the late 1950s into the mid 1980s. They've not worn those up until recently. Past 3 times they've worn these because Penn State's the old school, traditional with the uniform. You don't see them wearing throwbacks. Third time in 4 years today, changing up for 1 game per season. But Penn State hasn't had great face mask since the last time they won a national championship. Their second in 4 years, in 1982 and 1986. And then they got the Lion Shrine image on the top of the jersey, right there on the collar. That pays homage to the Lion Shrine, of course. That's down by Rec Hall. That was a gift from the class of 1940, so some history being taught here this afternoon. Block numbers on the uniforms. They're similar to the uniform numbers that the blue and white had from the mid 1950s to the late 1960s. Socks. Now there might be a few changes, of course, per player, on top of all this, wearing a wristband or an elbow guard or, whatever it may be. But socks are totally different as well. Along with the cleats, as Penn State's, black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game. Penn State wearing white Nike Vapor cleats this afternoon. They got the numbers on the helmets, as mentioned, that were worn from 59 to 61 and then 67 to 74, and then in 2012 for the Wisconsin game, only on one side of the helmet. Petrus on the pass over the middle on first down and 10. Looks to have enough for another first down for Iowa. So Iowa going to move to 6 once again. 2 minutes to play here in the opening quarter. It'll be first down. Hawkeyes as Penn State leads by 4, 7-3. And then with the pants, there's a blue stripe down the side as Penn State's home blue tops and white bottoms. Got a blue stripe now down the side. Play action, successful pass complete near side, out past midfield on the hurdle. Big first down pickup to the tight end for Iowa. And now we got our first update. This will be Wisconsin at Northwestern, game I'm currently also watching. And yes, that's just that Wisconsin touchdown they just scored on. So the Badgers and Wildcats from Ryan, Phil, and Evanston all tied up to 7 in the Big Ten West. And honestly, as Iowa going to hand it off again, a little technical difficulty there from the Big Ten Network. Sorry for any technical difficulties on my end earlier as well with the buffering, disconnect, and reconnect. But once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Under a minute to play now here in the first quarter. 2nd down and 4. The Wisconsin-Northwestern game is basically whoever loses it is going to be knocked out of the West hunt to get to the Big Ten title game to take on Ohio State. Unless Ohio State stumbles from now until then, of course, which I don't see happening. Earlier, we'll check in on some other scores as mentioned. But earlier, Indiana was keeping it close on the road, and then Ohio State was pulling away. Indiana coming back, but then Ohio State was pick 6, and enough said after that. First and 10 from the 33. Iowa, another run. And Sargent, yes sir, to the 5-yard line. It'll be first and goal for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Making Penn State secondary dropping down and giving them 10. Well, maybe Penn State's defense will give up 6 here, but we'll see. End of the first quarter, Iowa, Penn State, and the Lions lead by 4. It is 7-3. Wave to the Iowa Children's Hospital as well, as they always do, home or away. So Iowa, by the looks of it, going to punch it in here with another very, very good drive with running the football. So Penn State on defense, when it's going to come down to it later on, they're going to have to make a stop too. And hopefully on offense they can keep it going with what they did on their last drive. Because if not, it's going to turn into a long afternoon again. Hate to say it, but it's true. So, back to those uniforms, as mentioned, with the blue stripes down the pants on the side. They also are bringing back the white sleeves and the white collars on the uniforms that they wore up into 2011, which of course was Joe Paterno's last season at the helm before being fired by the Board of Trustees. So generations of greatness for Penn State this afternoon at home for the third time in program history against Iowa, up 4 at the end of 1, 7-3, just outstanding in, trying not to go 0-5 for the first time ever. So knock on wood, hopefully it doesn't happen. They got a early, 4-point lead here at the end of 1, but still a lot of football to play. 60-minute ball game, 4 quarters. See what happens here as we begin the second. Like I said, it looks like Iowa's going to punch it in. So Penn State on defense, going to have to stop the run when it all comes down to it. But you look at Iowa up front, like I said, you got hog after hog after hog, 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", 315 plus pounds apiece, and good blocking is where it all starts at, up front. You can't block, you can't run. Well, they can block, and they're running the football down Penn State's throat. They switch ends, so now from the south to the north end zone, first and goal Iowa from the 5-yard line. A little miscommunication between the quarterback and running back, and Petrus gonna keep it for himself and pick up about a yard or so on that. There is a flag, they say. There it comes, flag on the play. So we'll see what this is. I honestly don't know. Okay, legal formation in Iowa.
2 wideouts with both lined up off the line of scrimmage.
Touchdown, Iowa. Tyler Goodson, number 15, on the handoff. A play after an illegal formation penalty. Has 2 wide receivers. We're not lined up properly. He's in. That's a touchdown for the Hawkeyes. That's a touchdown. Yep, that's a touchdown.
Penn State, I didn't quite see the number of defender. He had a one-on-one shot with him, and he ran right past him. Nice job there by Goodson, making him miss and getting in the end zone.
10-yard TD run.
So officially from 10 yards out, number 15, Tyler Goodson for 6. Extra point going to be up and good. Iowa with a field goal and now a touchdown. They lead Penn State by 3, 10-7 here early second quarter. And going back to the last 3 meetings, a combined total of 13 points as Penn State's won 6 straight. But the margin of victory has been decided by less than 6 points. So keep that in mind once again for the rest of the ball game here this afternoon. Should be a good one. I mean, coming in, Iowa and Penn State always play each other tough. Ground pound, run the football, play action. Penn State on offense the past few years, got away from, all that. And I get everyone's out of the gun anymore. It's empty set 5 wide. You know, you're spreading it out and carrying it out deep, but you still have to, you know, go back to, you know, basic fundamentals and be fundamentally sound and, you know, be able to block up front, run the damn ball, you know, open play action. And, you know, Iowa's been able to do that for 22 years running with Kirk Ferentz at the helm. And if Iowa does win today, he's going to pick up his 100th career Big Ten win. And he'll go down arguably up with Hayden Fry as the two best Iowa head football coaches of all time. So, hopefully Penn State can keep the momentum going with what they had on their last drive, because if not, because we've seen this season, after a good drive, you know, for the most part, late in the game, but whether or not it's early or late in the ball game, the next few drives, it's like they don't know how to play football. It's like, how the hell did you just do what you did, but now you can't do anything at all? It makes no sense. Doesn't add up. So they have rhythm built up. They just scored a touchdown, but they just gave up a touchdown on defense. So keep your head up. Next man up. You know, if somebody goes down by any means. But gotta, because it's a long game, you just gotta keep on trucking. All right. And if Levis is going to be the one making plays all day, quarterback draw up the middle until Iowa stops it, run it, so be it. You know, I mean, there's not much else to say, honestly. But they just got to build off the momentum that they have with the last touchdown on offense. And if they can do that and get back in this ball game, trade some shots back and forth, yeah, Iowa's going to get it to begin the second half, as we just began the second quarter, with Iowa having now a 3-point lead after their last touchdown, 10-7. We'll see what Penn State now does on offense. And Keziah Holmes, 26, going to be in the backfield at running back to the left of Will Levis, out of the shotgun. We're going to have three receivers out wide, two top of your screen now for Penn State. Left to right here, early second quarter, they always switch ends. And Levis, wearing his Wrangler jeans, going to hand off to Keziah Holmes. And Holmes going to lose about 3 yards. He's second down and long.
Loss of 1. Actually, they'll call it a loss of 2, I do believe.
Davion Nixon on the inside, number 54. That's an active guy. He's one of those guys, if you hesitate on him, he will beat you.
He leads the league Big Ten Conference in tackles for a loss. Second and 12.
Holmes up the gut once again. That's going to go for about 5 yards or so. It'll be third down, about 7.
I can't even spell it, but I'll tell you this, he's getting over it. You can see it. You can see what he's doing. He's getting healthier. He's an instinct guy. He's one of those guys who sees and believes. That's rare.
You were a fabulous linebacker here at Linebacker U. He's 6'5". That's tall for a
Really tall.
linebacker.
Yeah. Most of those guys don't have the hips to play that position on the inside. He does.
Third and 6.
Third and 6 officially from the 29. Levis going to pump fake. Roll out near side. 2 flags come in from behind. It's going to be a hold. It's going to come back. It'll be 10 yards. They'll replay the down. Or hell, if Iowa wants to decline, it'll be 4th down. 4th and 6. Penn State's going to come on to punt. And Will French Fries, 71 on the hold. Another stupid penalty on 3rd down. That's 2 penalties on 3rd down here. And Iowa, rightfully so, smart about it. They declined the penalty because the pass was incomplete. So it's 4th down and 6, and Penn State on the punt now. Iowa going to get the football back. A very, very quick 3 and out for Penn State there on offense. And Iowa almost blocks the punt once again. It's going to be fielded around the 22-yard line and then brought down right away. So first down, Iowa from there. And in the meantime, it looks like they'll take another commercial break.
Big Ten Network.
with Iowa holding a 3-point 10-7 lead in the second quarter.
This thing will just die? Yeah. You can do it again.
Sure.
Yes, it again.
Yes. Rewind 2 seconds.
Good afternoon, board members. We have some great new ideas that we want to present to you today. The first item on the list is selecting a chairman for the advisory board.
What's this?
As well as use the remaining
Childcare options run out. Lifetime retirement income from TIAA doesn't.
So some final scores now from earlier in college football on this Saturday afternoon. Ohio State with a 42-35 win over Indiana, as Indiana did come back in the fourth quarter, but a little too late. Florida on the road, 38-17 against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt winless. Derek Mason going to be fired. James Franklin gets fired by Penn State. Well, maybe Vandy will welcome back. Coastal Carolina, as mentioned, they held on 34-23 over App State. They're undefeated. Memphis 56-14 over Stephen F. Austin. Illinois beat Nebraska 41-23. Texas State and Arkansas State in a barn burner in a shootout, 47-45. East Carolina 20-3 over Temple. Army beat Georgia Southern by 1, 28-27. And then LSU over Arkansas 27-24. Still to come in the Big Ten, as mentioned, currently Wisconsin, Northwestern, along with Iowa and Penn State on. Brandon Smith, number 12 for Penn State on defense, a linebacker from the state of Virginia, now in the medical tent on the sideline, so he's banged up, down with an injury. 1st and 10. Iowa from the 23-yard line officially, off of the Penn State punt, loss of a yard on that play. We'll get back into the rest of college football coming up shortly, so stay tuned. But currently in the Big Ten, as Northwestern wearing some throwback unis as well, going old school with those purple and white block N helmets. Field goal up and no good. Still tied at 7 with the Badgers and Wildcats. 2nd down and 11 for Iowa. Pass over the middle. It's going to be almost intercepted at the 45-yard line by Jaquan Brisker. Oh, that should have been caught. That's a pick. That is a clear-cut INT. You got to catch that, dude. Come on. That's a catch. Jesus Christ. Catch the damn ball. So Iowa lucks out with an incompletion that should have been an interception. It's 3rd down and 11. From the 22, Iowa just going to hand it off, and Penn State with a big stop. So Iowa now with a very quick 3 and out. They're going to have to punt as well, so Penn State going to get the football back. So Minnesota over Purdue last night, Ohio State over Indiana earlier, along with Illinois defeating Nebraska, Wisconsin at Northwestern, along with Penn State, Iowa right now. Michigan, Rutgers still to come later on tonight. And that's it, because Michigan State, Maryland was canceled due to COVID-19. Maryland hasn't played since they beat Penn State 2 weeks back, because Ohio State game last week was canceled. Michigan State game today also canceled as well. It's 4th down and 9. Iowa on to punt. Going to be down at the 29-yard line. Will be 1st and 10. Penn State. From there, down 3, 10-7, 11:42 to play in the first half. So, like I said, scored a touchdown. Last drive, or the next drive, which was last drive, quick 3 and out, punted. Good stuff on defense, though. Quick 3 and out by Iowa. They get the ball back. Okay. But they got to build off the momentum they have. They got to keep the rhythm. And you got to be able to continue to drive the ball, drive downfield, and put up points. You have to finish. They finished on their second drive of the afternoon, but third time's a charm wasn't so great. Fourth time rolling around, coming up shortly. So, if only they were balanced and had a running game. You know, Levis honestly would, I think, be able to air it out a little bit more. Or Clifford, whoever's playing quarterback. And maybe Levis isn't starting quarterback. Maybe Clifford, you know, hasn't, or wouldn't have, you know, played as bad if you know, that was the case. You know, can't do it all. Whoever it is, you know, can't do it all by themselves. And that's more so the quarterback, you know, especially when you lead the team in rushing, you know, along throwing the ball downfield to your receivers and tight ends. And not having Freiermuth today, yeah, hurting, but they went to Theo Johnson twice, and okay, he has 2 catches. Somebody else has to step up, and you just got to build off of, you know, what you got and try to keep it going. Because if not, like I said, it's gonna turn into a long afternoon. You know, come down to the wire again, which, don't get me wrong, it's probably going to, you know, anyway. Especially today, with Iowa and Penn State, just with the history. So, if only, you know, whoever it is didn't have to do as much and they were balanced, you know, it might be a different story now, but obviously it's not. It's the final Saturday before Thanksgiving, and Penn State's 0-4, trying not to go to 0-5. Levis on the slant over the middle. It's caught by number 5, Jahan Dotson, 40-yard line. First down, Penn State.
Who he reminds me of, and that is saying a lot. He is ultra smooth in and out of his breaks, and he's got great.
Levis, quarterback keeper, and ball comes out. Iowa thinks they have it, and that's the other thing too. You keep running the same goddamn play, the defense is going to know, you know, what you're running, and they're going to stop you. Rightfully so. Ball comes out, fumble on the play. We'll see who comes out with it after the pile-up. Runners forward progress was down, so Penn State going to keep it. It'll be a second down for the Nittany Lions. Whether Iowa keeps it or not, or recovered it or not. And then, okay, so they rolled forward progress, and then he's down, and the ball's not even out, I don't think. Yeah, so Penn State going to keep it second down and about 5. But when you keep running the same play, you know, the defense is going to, you know, stop you. And then you wonder why. Well, that's why. And then you try to run something else, you know, potentially catch them off guard, but probably not, because they know you're going to run something else, you know, and try to catch them off guard because you've been running the same goddamn play and you can't run anymore because they're stopping. So, yeah, exactly. When they're running zone reads, play after play after play, Iowa, you know, eventually whoever you're playing, they're going to stop it. But if they can't, keep running it. You know, you run something until they stop it. It'll be 3rd and 2, they say, 3rd and a long 1. And they're going to run the option. What is this, 2002 with Zach Mills? And now a fumble with a little miscommunication with Levis and the running back of Devin Ford. And just a bad pitch, far side. Like, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, it's behind him. And then Penn State couldn't recover. Iowa right there on the recovery, and Hawkeyes are going to get the ball back after a turnover anyway. So, exactly, when you keep running the same play, eventually they're going to stop you. And then when you try to run something else, they're going to stop you on that too, because they know you're going to run that because you think you can run something else, yet they're going to be ready for you because, you know, for the most part, even with it being 2020 and offenses being better, defenses are still going to win you championships. Because even with the offenses, you know, putting up 95% of the points, okay, you'll get a, you know, pick six or scoop and score here and there. The defense has to be able to stop your opponent. Defense has to be able to hold whoever you're playing out of the end zone, and your offense has to score more points because whoever scores the most points wins. From the 36 on 2nd and 5, Iowa on the handoff once again up the gut, 3 yards there, 3rd down and 2 now officially. 3rd and 1, they run an option, and that's what resulted in the fumble that Iowa, of course, recovered. Why don't you run something up the gut, whether they've been stopping you or not recently? You know, the first down marker's ahead of you, not to the side of you. It's north-south, not east-west. And they run the tight end screen in the flat, and for 4 yards, Iowa picks up a first down and moves the sticks once again. Up 3, 10-7 here midway through the second quarter. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a first down. That's a first down. From the 31, Petrus going to fake the give on the play action, roll out, and throw it out of bounds. Incomplete into the Penn State sideline. So 2nd down and 10.
Big Ten hockey Monday beginning at 6 Eastern on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Minnesota just beat Penn State 3-2 yesterday afternoon at Mariucci Arena in Minneapolis.
Mooch Arena, huh?
Mooch. 2nd and 10.
Trips near side for Iowa. They run a bubble screen. That's a hold. Jesus Christ, throw the damn flag. Thank you. You can't tackle somebody on a, you know, block. That is a clear hole. That's 10 yards. They'll replay the down. Jesus Christ. Ray Charles could have saw that. That was on Smith Marset for Iowa, number 6, holding number 23, Curtis Jacobs of Penn State on defense. There's Kirk Ferentz on the Iowa sideline, a Pittsburgh native who's coached at every level, but has had a lot of success in Iowa City with Hawkeyes. Petrus over the middle, caught inside the 20, down to 15, first down Iowa. Just some bad coverage there by Penn State. Jesse Luketa, number 40, at linebacker. Who else was in the area? He just put it over Lamont Wade's head and thread the needle right on the money. 1st and 10 for the Hawkeyes. Out of the gun, they're going to hand off once again. And for 2 yards goes Iowa. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Shakatoni and Ellis Brooks along with Jesse Luketa on the stop for Penn State. 2nd down, 7 minutes to play here in the first half. 10-7 Iowa on top of Penn State.
We haven't seen Brandon Smith
Trips once again near side over the middle. It's going to be caught inside the 5, and it looks like he got in the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa. And Iowa now the 9-point, 16-7 lead. Nice throw, nice catch. Down right at the goal line maybe, but he got in the end zone. That's a touchdown. Yeah, it's going to be first and goal at the 1. They should look at this. First and goal at the half-yard line.
He works camera too? He does everything. Wow. Yeah.
But more so than not, more likely than not, they'll punch it in a play or two later with a handoff up the gut because Penn State's not going to be able to hold them. So yeah, Zebras, you better think about this one and look it over. Yeah, that's a catch. Nice ball. Nice catch off the throw. Yeah, knee down the half-yard line there. Not in the end zone yet, so it'll be first and goal Iowa from the half-yard line. 10-7. Hawkeyes over the Lions. That's if they overturn this, because it's a touchdown on the field, so they have to find undisputed video evidence to overturn it, of course, which they clearly have right there. But if they give them forward progress, catching the ball and then turning back first over the goal line into the end zone, it'll stand then as a touchdown because that's how it happened. And with it being a touchdown on the field, they have to find evidence to overturn it. So it's either going to be a touchdown or first and goal at the half-yard line. And a play or two later, Iowa's going to punch it in anyway. So we'll say 17-7 midway through the second quarter. Okay, short of the goal line, it'll be first and goal Iowa from the half-yard line. Still 10-7. They'll sneak it, hand it off up the gut. Iowa's going to score here. They got 4 tries to make it a 10-point game. Yes, way too many times Penn State has shot themselves in the foot this season. Tight end in motion near side. Toss play. And Sargent going to walk into the end zone for a touchdown, and Iowa, one play later, 16-7 after the review. So Mekhi Sargent for 6, 16-7 Hawkeyes on top of the blue and white. So Penn State once again got to make a few stops on defense here, but have to get something going on offense. Got to run the ball. Got to run something other than a damn zone read every play. No wonder they're stopping it. You know? Like, air it out, why don't you? Do what Iowa does. Iowa's done it the right way for 22 years. And then some when Hayden Fry was at the helm. Because Iowa's only had 2 coaches. 2 head coaches, that is. Since the 1960s and 70s. And that's Hayden Fry and Kirk Ferentz. Okay? Penn State had Joe Pa for almost 50 years. And then O'Brien was here for 2 years, and Franklin now in his 7th season. But you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. And another reason why I have, respect for Iowa, because look at Iowa and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Similar color schemes. But no, Iowa's just always done things the right way. Honestly, they have. As Penn State and a few other programs as well, but with all the close contests that these 2 teams have had in all their meetings, 6 straight for Penn State, which is the longest in the series, as mentioned earlier. You would think, and going back to the Steelers for 1 second, Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin since '69, 3 coaches since 1969, as their undefeated last unbeaten in the NFL. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for more live reactions, play as well. NFL, Steelers, Jaguars, and WWE Survivor Series live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. But why can't you just run the ball and then open up the play action and play good defense and run on special teams when you need to? You know, because if it's working for somebody else, well, it could be, and it probably should work for you. You know, so especially when you have all the talent that you have. But I get the game's changed, and the game has changed dramatically just over the course of the past decade with both college and the NFL. So, is what it is. Iowa, after another touchdown, they lead Penn State now 17-7 with a few minutes to play here before halftime. If anything needs to change, if, of course, Penn State doesn't move on from James Franklin, I would think Brent Pry's days are numbered as well as defensive coordinator. They can't cover. They can't tackle. I don't think anybody can tackle it anymore. We're having another fair catch on the kickoffs, first and 10, Penn State from the 25-yard line. So once again, they're fair catching the kickoffs inside the 25-yard line rather than returning it. And okay, I get it. You just start from the 25-yard line all the time, but still. But Penn State, if they lose, they'll fall to 0-5. You know, something needs to change, whether that's Franklin, whether that's assistant coach, you know, players being inserted in the lineup like Levis last week in the second half and then starting today, so be it. But with all the talent that he's been able to recruit and the way they've been able to win over the past, you know, few years, it's because they're shooting themselves in the foot too many times this season and turning the ball over. Super penalties, can't finish drives, they're 0-4. And that's the reason why they're not putting it out on the field and not being able to win football games. Second down, and we'll say a long 5 from the 30. And Levis to Jahan Dotson for the second consecutive play. First down, Penn State out towards midfield. So pass complete to Jahan Dotson, second down and medium. And then another pass complete to Jahan Dotson, first down. And that's an NFL catch. That's good for tomorrow if he was on an NFL team. First and 10 from out past midfield now, actually. First and 10 from the 48-yard line. And Levis on the quarterback keeper. He's going to get to the 44. He'll pick up about 4 yards or so.
Featuring 4 teams ranked in the top 15. It all tips off Wednesday beginning at noon Eastern on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Matt, on the men's side, Maryland, Michigan State, Wisconsin, all strong last year. You couldn't practically beat them on their home courts.
Second down and 6. Out of the gun, 3 wide. Pass complete on the halfback screen to Keziah Holmes. Holmes and Holmes. It'll be third down and 2 once again for Penn State. And the last time they had 3rd and 2, which was a 3rd and 1, they ran an option that resulted in a fumble that Iowa capitalized on. You can't turn the ball over and not expect your opponent to, you know, score. So that's 7 points that Iowa has right now of their 17 that they took off of, took from Penn State because of a turnover. And honestly, the field goal that they have too was off of a punt along with their touchdown. So, or their touchdown was after Penn State's touchdown after the kickoff. But you know, honestly, it's tied at 7 then if you look at it like that. 4th and 1, and you run a quarterback keeper up the gut once again. Jesus Christ. Fire James Franklin, fire Kirk Soraka, fire Brent Pry. Just clean house, why don't you? Like, you run the same play every single time. No wonder they just stopped you on 4th and a yard. And then you stand there with, once again, on the sideline, thumb up your ass, arms crossed, and no reaction. Like, if Penn State were to move on from Franklin, and hopefully before too long they will, they'll hire a football coach, not a talker, not a recruiter that can, just talk the talk, but for the most part can walk the walk, but can't walk the walk in 2020, if that makes any sense with just the way things have been going. Because you can talk all you want, whether you're a coach or a player, but if it doesn't, result in a win on the field on Saturdays or Sundays, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean shit. Iowa taking a deep shot on the very first play after the turnover on downs. A little deep, a little too far, incomplete, so 2nd and 10 from the 40. And Jason Owa on the stop on Tyler Goodson. Surprised they didn't get him on a horse collar tackle there. It'll be 3rd down for the Hawkeyes. But they need a football coach, is what they need. A flat-out football coach. That's also going to, put his, nose in the dirt and, go to work with you. Not somebody that's going to just talk and talk and talk and then stand there when, something that doesn't go your way, stands there on the sideline with his arms crossed. And then it's the same poor excuse, same goddamn excuse in the press conference every single week after every single game. It's on me, we can do better. Blah, 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 blah. Give me a goddamn break. However, in the meantime, Penn State with a big stop on defense with the sack. Jason Owe, along with Shaka Tony, taking down Spencer Petrus. And now Iowa on to punt. So the 4th down stop for the Hawkeyes on defense, the turnover on downs, is going to result in a very, very quick 3 and out for Iowa on offense. So Penn State going to get the ball back. All 3 timeouts, down 10 with 2:40 to play in the first half. And Penn State once again going to start from the 28-29 yard line, it looks like.
Folks, be sure you stay tuned for the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups halftime report.
Quit running the zone read. You have to get a true running game going, okay? Whether that is Devin Ford, Kevon Lee, or Keziah Holmes, or all 3 of them for the hell of it, okay? You have to get a true running game going. And then Levis has to be able to air it out here because you're already down 10. But if they can get something going, get some points here before halftime, Iowa gets the ball to begin the second half, make a stop there. You're right back in it midway through the 3rd quarter. Levis going to air it out. It's going to be caught for about 5 yards to Keziah Holmes. And it'll be 2nd down and medium once again for the blue and white on offense. Spoke about that earlier. On sidelines, yes. Originally they were, because of the new mandate, supposed to wear them on the field, but the state of Pennsylvania then overturned that and said, no, you don't have to. But if you're just now tuning in, you want to go back and hear what I said about that earlier, be sure to keep an eye out for the playback on demand live right here on YouTube, and you can go check that out. But thank you for tuning in and watching. Speaking of mask, in the year 2020, Levis on 1st and 10, going to go down on the sack. And I believe we have a whistle, a timeout by one of these 2 teams, whether it be Iowa or Penn State. We're about to find out. And we got a timeout on the field, so commercial break. We'll get back to it shortly. And Iowa with a 10-point, 17-7 lead. Can't take a sack. Cannot take a sack. I don't care who the hell you are. I care if you're Will Levis, Sean Clifford, Spencer Petrus, You know, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Montana, Joe Willie Namath. You cannot take a sack. List goes on and on. Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, Steve Young, you know, all the quarterbacks that have ever played football. I don't care if you play quarterback in Pee Wee, middle school, high school, college, or the NFL. You cannot take sacks in these situations. And Penn State, in the meantime, has to burn a timeout because of it. Out of the gun, trips top of your screen, 2nd and long, and a dump off to Jahan Dotson. He makes a man miss and then stumbles towards the first down marker. Looks to have enough for a first down. It's going to be right at the first down. And they're going to give him a first down. They're going to move the sticks. So 1st and 10 from the 49. And now they're going to look at this. Are you serious? You're gonna look at a spot foul or the spot of the ball. You never overturn these, so why are you looking at it? But I get it, you know, especially under 2 minutes to play in the first half, just to make sure it's a first down on 2nd and long after that sack with the timeout and the commercial break. Simple dump off over the middle on the crossing route from Dotson. Levis to number 5, and he stumbled right at the first down marker. It looks like he has the first down. Hell, they gave him the first down for that matter. And then as Penn State was trying to hurry up, they whistled down and are now in the meantime taking a look at it just to make sure he has enough for the first down. And yeah, that's a first down. He's right at the 50, or the marker's at the other 49 on the other side of the 50. That's close. That's inches. I mean, it is a game of inches though, you know. So Zebras. All right, I'll take it because they got the Iowa touchdown, but they overturned right, and then they scored a play later anyway. So they overturned this again. I mean, honestly, the refs aren't doing that bad of a job today so far. You know, it's only the first half. Still got 31 and a half to play, but only a few penalties, and, you know, they're clear-cut penalties, and then with the reviews, you know, good overturns. And what do you know? Iowa bringing pressure. Penn State runs the same goddamn play, and it'll be 4th and about 3 as they tried to run it right up the gut. And they're going to go for it. And if you don't get it, you're going to give the ball back to Iowa with a minute to play in the first half, 3 timeouts to their advantage, up 10, 17-7, now under a minute to play. From the 49, they need the 49, 4th and 2. Levis going to get, what the hell are you doing? You run a deep fade route to the far side on 4th and 2, and it falls incomplete again, so back-to-back turnover on downs on 4th down? What the hell? What type of play calling is this?
With 53 seconds to go in the opening half.
And all James Franklin can do once again is stand there on the goddamn sideline with his arms crossed. Can they just write him a check at halftime and tell him to get the hell out? Or can somebody start a GoFundMe in the meantime to get his ass out of Happy Valley? Like, Jesus Christ. Goodson on the carry for 9 to the 40. It'll be 2nd and 1. And Iowa going to burn their first timeout. So they got about 45 seconds, 2 timeouts, up 10, 17-7 on the road against Penn State. And if they score before halftime here, they're also going to get the ball. Well, regardless if they score or not before halftime, they would like at least a field goal, I would think. But if they can score a touchdown, more power to them. But they're going to get the ball to begin the second half as well. 17-7, 27, 24-7, score again, you know, on their opening drive or early third quarter. Penn State runs the same goddamn play one after another. 2 4th down turnover on downs, a fumble that Iowa scored off of. Just, make sure neither of these teams come out in the second half and give Iowa the win, why don't you? Like, give me a goddamn break. That's why I said they scored, but they can't build and just keep the momentum and rhythm going. It's like they literally forget how to play football, and they cannot cover or tackle to save their goddamn lives. Pass was complete, almost dropped by Smith Marset, and then he picks up a first down running out of bounds. Like, oh my God.
13 seconds remaining in the half.
First and 10 from the 23. And a halfback screen. And Goodson going to get about 8.5, maybe 9. It'll be second and short. So Iowa now, still 2 timeouts. They're using the sidelines because even with timeouts or not, sidelines in this situation, they're your friends. They got 2 timeouts still, 30 seconds, and they're still up 10. And Penn State can't make a stop on defense, let alone do anything on offense other than run the same goddamn play and get stopped every time. And no wonder they're getting stopped. Like, I've been over this, I don't know how many times. Like, it's so pathetic. It is unacceptable. And if they go to 0-5, fire him tonight, fire him tomorrow. If he bolt for the NFL, who the hell's going to hire him? Honestly, who the hell is going to hire James Franklin? The way Penn State's playing right now. You think about it. You keep him, okay, you make some other changes, so be it. I've pointed out Vanderbilt. They're also winless. I'm sure they're going to be firing Derek Mason. They'd welcome him back with open arms. Penn State would fire him. But Penn State just needs a football coach. Petrus on the completion over the middle. And it'll be second and goal now from the 1. 19 seconds to play before halftime. Iowa once again knocking on the door. The thing with Franklin, okay, he says, because technically he is a football coach. Okay, but take the mask off. Whether that's for 2020 COVID or not. You're going to find somebody who talks a lot, okay, and is a good recruiter. But honestly, coming from a Penn State fan personally, you look back at it, all right?
Offensive coordinator for Iowa, the son of the head coach, that's Brian
Saquon Barkley was the one who saved his job. You go back to the Minnesota game in 2016. And then it was also Marcus Allen and Grant Haley a few weeks later against Ohio State with the blocked field goal for a touchdown and then defeating the Buckeyes, winning the Big Ten, and then going to Rose Bowl. New Year's Six Bowls year after year, like enough's enough. Like it seriously has run its course, and it's time to move on if they lose once again today. Hell, I thought after last week they would have done it, but they've held on to him. Yeah, on Twitter he's Indiana, Ohio State, Ohio State. That's all he can do is tweet. He's like someone else. And Petrus over the middle, back the end zone, incomplete. 3rd down and goal now from the 1. But, Indiana, Ohio State, Maryland, Nebraska, Iowa. Like, do you not know what else to do, or do you not have anything else to do for that matter? Like, you would think, he'd stay off of that and quit wishing people happy birthday and coach better, as Iowa scores once again. Mekhi Sargent for 6 for the second time this afternoon to make it 23-7 Iowa on top of Penn State with 11 seconds to play here in the first half. And Iowa's going to get the ball to begin the second half. Just absolutely pathetic. Once again, so unacceptable. It's seriously run its course and time to move on. That's if they lose this game. Now, if they come back and win, they'll lose next week probably on the road against Michigan. Rutgers and Michigan State, for that matter, they'll be close too. Honestly, just clean house. You know, bring in somebody else and, you know, start over. I don't care what his buyout is. Pay him. It is so pathetic. He's honestly not that good of a football coach. He's not. Okay, he has offenses as, and I'm speaking of James Franklin, Penn State's head coach. His offenses as an offensive coordinator when he was at Kansas State and Maryland, okay, put up points. He was at Vanderbilt in the SEC, you know, the doorstop of the SEC, for that matter. And they're winless once again this year. They haven't been the same since he left, so maybe he needs to go back. They need him to come back to win again. Penn State on the kickoff return from the 2. Parker Washington to the 22 for 20 yards on the return. Penn State going to have one play, 7 seconds. They'll probably just take a knee anyway. Head on into half, down 17, 24-7. Parker Washington limping off. And at halftime, it's going to be 24-7. Iowa on top of Penn State. And I mean, yeah, Levis just going to take a knee. So Iowa at the half on the road in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium, leading Penn State 24-7. As they had a 7-3 lead. And now Iowa has scored 21 unanswered. And they'll also, as mentioned, receive the second half kick.
It's the ability to be physical. Right now, Iowa is majoring in physicality. Penn State is not.
It all starts up top. And like he said time and time again, you know, starts with me, starts with us, we got to coach better. Well, yeah, no shit. But we're halfway through the season and you're still playing the way you were, you know, the past 4 weeks. Like, what the hell else is there to say? It's the same thing time and time again. And no wonder people are getting sick and tired of it, calling for your job, calling for your head. But he was at Vanderbilt. He went like 24-15, I think. Or somewhere in that neck of the woods. Before he came to Penn State. He's, of course, won, you know, how many games here, but
Black Friday's here early, so get the 5G America's been waiting for.
He's more so a con artist than he is a football coach. You know, he's a damn good recruiter, and that's what I'm saying. They have the talent. They just can't put it on the goddamn field this year for some reason. This is the worst they've been. 0-4 for the first time since 2001. But they haven't been this bad since 03 and 04. 02 they were good. Okay, that was Larry Johnson's final year. They went to the Capital One Citrus Bowl and lost to Auburn by 4. And Auburn going to come back on the schedule next year. Non-conference slate going to, you know, juice back up over the next few years. They're supposed to play at Virginia Tech this year. And honestly, you look at their non-conference schedule for this year. It's Kent State out of the MAC, at Virginia Tech, and then San Jose State. And for the most part, all 3 of those teams, especially Kent State and San Jose State, are damn good. Even if the MAC and with Kent State and San Jose State just started or not. You know, out west in the Mountain West. And then Virginia Tech, Tech's, you know, average this year in the ACC. So who knows? They're 0-4, about to be 0-5 in conference play. Conference only schedule for the 8-game slate this year with the short season and everything. But honestly, things go the way they were going to, as planned. Normal year, 2020 hasn't been, 2020, if that makes any sense. Like they probably, honestly, still probably could have lost Kent State, Virginia Tech, and San Jose State. And then they were supposed to get Northwestern the following week, who's up 14-7 as they near halftime at home against Wisconsin. So Franklin then probably would have been fired at the end of September. But here we are almost at the end of November. Short season, they just started a month ago. 5th game of the year, they're down 24-7 at half at home against Iowa. Something's got to change. Like I said, if they keep them, offensive, defensive coordinator, play calling just needs to be better. And they need to execute, they need to finish. They got to, build off of the momentum and rhythm that they have. Unable to do that. You got to be able to cover and tackle on defense. They can't do that either. Because the name of the game, of course, is to win. Okay? You got to score more points than your opponent. Wink, wink. If your offense isn't doing anything, or even if they are, but your defense is giving up more, well, yeah, you're up shit creek without a paddle, for God's sakes. Like, come on. Like, it's not rocket science. Okay? So Iowa 24-7 on the road against Penn State at half. We'll have first half stats and scores coming up shortly, but we go back as Wisconsin Northwestern also headed the half. Wildcats on top of the Badgers, 14-7 in a very, very intriguing Big Ten West showdown, where the winner will more so than not probably play Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. Loser on the outside looking in, but so a lot of football to be played before Big Ten Champions Week and the Big Ten Championship game. But talk about Penn State in the non-conference. Say they do fire, James Franklin. Wouldn't be an easy task for whoever the hell they bring in. Auburn home and home over the next few years. Virginia Tech that was supposed to start this year but on hold. And then West Virginia as well, along with your occasional MAC team or American Athletic Conference foe out of the AAC. So we'll see what happens over the next 30 minutes of football in the second half, but then also in the future of Penn State football. And as mentioned last week, during last week's live reaction stream with Penn State, Nebraska, naming off potential candidates to replace James Franklin. Penn State loses again today. We'll get more into that at the end of today's live stream. So stick around. Tune back in if you'll tune out for a second. And hopefully you'll be subscribed already so you can just re-enter the live stream right here on YouTube. Some highlights now. The 3 touchdowns we've seen with Wisconsin and Northwestern. NW on top of Whiskey, 14-7 once again at the half, but also at the half with Penn State and Iowa. The Lions hosting the Hawkeyes, trailing by 17 at the half. Spencer Petrus for the Iowa Hawkeyes, a first-year starting quarterback, number 7, is 12 of 18 for a $140, and then also has a sack, so he doesn't have any rushing yards. But like I said at the start of the stream, he's not much of a running quarterback. Bring pressure, get him out of the pocket, make him feel uncomfortable. They can't stop the run though, okay? And he's beating you for 140 yards through the air on top of that. Where in the meantime, because like I said, Penn State on defense can't stop the run. Mekhi Sargent, 7 carries for 52 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then Tyler Goodson also has 6 carries for 35 yards and a score as well. Penn State, on the flip side, Will Levis 13 of 16 for 106 yards. Also leads Penn State rushing When your quarterback once again leads the team in rushing per game and on the season, there is something seriously wrong. You have to find a true running game. End of story. I don't think they'll go to Clifford in the second half by any means, but they're down 17. Who knows what Franklin's going to do? We'll see. But Will Levis was 13 of 16 for 106 yards, and then also says 13 carries for 43 yards. Kevon Lee, 3 carries for 7 yards. Keziah Holmes, 4 carries for 4 yards. Devin Ford, 3 carries for 2 yards. Your starting quarterback has 13 carries for 43 yards, and your 3 running backs have a combined 10 carries for 13 yards. Come on. It's not rocket science, okay? It's common sense. Like, something's seriously wrong with everything. Starts up top with the coaches, and it works its way on down to the players. There's no fight. There's no emotion. There's nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. It is absolutely pathetic. Like, I am surprised. I have not done what I normally would do, or what other people who are frustrated, do while watching a game. And that is, punch your TV, throw stuff at your TV, throw your TV out the window, whatever it may be. It is just so goddamn pathetic. It is so awful. And, like, this is just not Penn State football. There's no reason for it. There's no excuse for it, even though it's the same excuse week after week. It's unacceptable. It is truly unacceptable. And honestly, something needs to change. Jahan Dawson has 5 catches, 57 yards. Theo Johnson, 2 catches for 14 yards, a tight end, in place of Pat Fryermuth, who's out today. Parker Washington only 1 catch for 13 yards. Keziah Holmes, 2 of 9. Brent Strange has a catch for 7 yards. Kevon Lee, 1 of 5. And Devin Ford has a catch as well for a yard. So at the half, 24-7 Iowa on top of Penn State.
Are you ready to see your new living room?
I hope it's modern.
As mentioned earlier, in college football, we began Week 12 back on Tuesday night in the MAC with some action. That rolled on into Wednesday. Football on every other week this time of year. Buffalo beat Bowling Green 42-17. Kent State, as they are undefeated at 3-0. They put up 69, everyone's favorite number, other than 420, on Akron, and defeated the Zips 69-35. I've had a lot of games canceled or postponed once again this week, and not as many as last week, so scheduled for the most part on schedule for par, but life goes on. Games will continue one way or another, and they'll get played between whoever's playing each other. So, Ball State beat Northern Illinois by 6, 31-25. Toledo 45-28 over Eastern Michigan. Western Michigan beat Central Michigan 52-44. Thursday night we saw Tulsa in double overtime. What a game that was. What a finish that was. Tulsa, the Golden Hurricanes, beat Tulane 30-24. The other two big D1 Oklahoma schools in Bedlam tonight on ABC, Oklahoma State at Oklahoma. That's today's question of the day as well on Facebook and Twitter. Be sure to subscribe on social media and vote on the poll. But Tulsa, it was tied with Tulane at 0 midway through the third quarter. Then 7-0, 7 apiece, 14-7, 14 apiece, 21-14. And then to force overtime, Tulsa hit a Hail Mary, and then on top of that, extra point for the Brand, up and good, 21 at the end of regulation, all tied up to force overtime. Tulane with a field goal, 24-21 in double overtime, and then Tulsa with a game-winning interception to close it out, winning in double overtime at home over Tulane, 30-24. Last night, we saw Syracuse shut out on the road against Louisville as the Cardinals beat the Orange 30-0. Purdue, I thought, got screwed. There was about a minute or so left. Purdue had the football. Down 3, 34-31, which was the final score. Minnesota with a 3-point 34-31 win over the Boilermakers. So, row the boat, Ski-U-Mah, go Gophers over Boiler up. Purdue had the ball. There was a touchdown pass, but called back for a pass interference. There's no contact whatsoever. There's no hold. There's no offensive or defensive pass interference by means, but they call it offensive pass interference. Next play, interception, ball game, Minnesota wins. Purdue had a right to be mad. I thought they got screwed. Minnesota picked up their second win. But however, Purdue still ahead of Minnesota in the Big Ten West. But Minnesota with a 3-point 34-31 win last night. Florida Atlantic beat UMass 24-2. UMass only had a safety for 2 points. And then Air Force also shut out New Mexico 28-0. And then, as mentioned earlier today in the Big Ten and college football, Ohio State by 7. Indiana almost came back and beat them. 42-35 Buckeyes over the Hoosiers. Florida beat Vanderbilt 38-17. Coastal Carolina 34-23 over App State. Was watching Indiana, Ohio State, App State, Coastal Carolina, along with LSU, Arkansas, and now along with Cincinnati and Central Florida, we got Wisconsin, Northwestern, and Iowa, Penn State on right now. So Coastal Carolina by 11, 34-23 over App State. Memphis 56-14 over Stephen F. Austin. Illinois beat Nebraska 41-23. Texas State by 2, as mentioned in that barn burner shootout. Down in South Texas by 2, 47-45 over Arkansas State. The Hogs of Arkansas also lost LSU by 3, 27-24. East Carolina 28-3 over Temple. Army by 1, 28-27 over Georgia Southern. And then Western Kentucky beat Florida International 38-21. North Texas by 10 as well, 27-17 over Rice. However, currently going on in college football, BYU's for real. They'll get a New Year's 6. Whether they make the playoff or not, I don't know. It's 49-7 Cougs over North Alabama. University of Texas San Antonio 23-10 over Southern Miss midway through the third quarter. 19-14 for Cincinnati on the road against Central Florida. UCF as they near halftime. 14-7 Northwestern over Wisconsin at the half. UCLA, Chip Kelly returning to Eugene to take on his former Oregon Ducks. However, Oregon leads by 3, 24-21 at the half. Georgia State and South Alabama all tied up at 7. Middle Tennessee State up by 7 over Troy, 17-10. And then CBS having to reconfigure their schedule, having to switch things up with the SEC having a few games postponed once again this weekend. San Diego State at the half leads by 5 on the road against Nevada, 21-16. Alabama 21-3 over Kentucky. Cal 20-14 over Oregon State. 28-0 Iowa State over Kansas State. Iowa State, Texas next Friday on Black Friday, as we'll also get Notre Dame and North Carolina along with Nebraska and Iowa. We'll get more in next week coming up shortly as well. Virginia defeating Abilene Christian 21-0. and then Pitt also beating Virginia Tech 16-7. However, still to come later on tonight in college football. Tennessee on the road down at Jordan-Hare on the Plains, taking on the Auburn Tigers. Mississippi State and Georgia. Bedlam, as mentioned, with Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. Liberty at 8-0, trying to get to 9-0 with Hugh Freeze at the helm. On the road at NC State. Hugh Freeze is going to be a hot commodity as South Carolina opened up after firing Will Muschamp after last weekend's loss against Ole Miss. He could be an option there, or James Franklin could also be an option there. Take him, please, and thank you. There's a few other candidates potentially for South Carolina. We'll get more into the college football and NFL coaching carousel coming up in the next few weeks or month or so, just depending on how everything shakes out, because really it's all just about timing with all that, and then when to do what I have to do and then release what I have to release. But as mentioned over the past few weeks, keep an eye out, as mentioned last week at the end, with potential candidates for Penn State if they fire James Franklin. Same thing will go for tonight. Once this game goes final, Penn State loses, falling 0-5 for the first time ever in program history. Take a look into more potential candidates, as mentioned, but then also a video, an audio recording video right here on the YouTube channel. So keep an eye out for that over however long it's going to be over the next few weeks or month or so, depending on what happens, of course. So, Missouri and South Carolina as well. Michigan and Rutgers. We also got Arizona and Washington later on tonight. And then USC and Utah. Utah playing their first game. Boise State on the islands taking on Hawaii. And now the Penn State Blue Band. This would have been from a game last year. What looks to be Indiana, or maybe even Wisconsin the year prior, or Ohio State, or even Nebraska over the past few seasons, because you see red on the visiting sideline. Of course, that wasn't from today, just due to the fact no blue band for Penn State this season on the field or even in the stands for games. And that's conference-wide, and that's why, of course, no fans in attendance because of COVID in 2020 and all that. But friends and family of coaches and players allowed to attend at limited capacity, of course. But now about to begin the second half. Jordan Stout, first time I've said his name all afternoon because, well, Penn State with Jake Pinniger only kicking one extra point. No field goals by any means whatsoever because they can't move the ball past midfield other than their touchdown drive that they had. 2 turnover on downs on 4th down. Another turnover that Iowa capitalized off the fumble. 24-7 Hawkeyes to begin the second half. So it'll be 1st and 10 Iowa from the 25 after the touchback on the kickoff. And we'll see what Rick Pizzo has to say coming out of halftime after talking with both head coaches. All Iowa has to do is hold on to their lead. Just keep doing what you're doing. Okay? And they know that. Kirk Ferentz knows that. One play at a time, says James Franklin. Game's not over just yet, but you're down 17 with 30 minutes to play, and you can't do anything. So what makes you think that's going to change? Especially when you can't stop Goodson or Sargent running the football, as Goodson goes for 5 there, 2nd down and 5, a play into the second half. We'll continue on with college football with the schedule for later on tonight and then all next week as well, coming up shortly. But from the 29 now, 2nd down and 5 for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Petrus on a play action and then a strip sack. We got a fumble coming in. And then it looks like Iowa recovers. Shaka Tony on the pressure. And then Petrus, however you want to say his last name, as I've said it a few different ways this afternoon, holding the ball like a loaf of bread, trying to pump fake. And that's a hold. That's what the flag's for. And then it was a strip sack, just swatting the ball. Holding on Iowa, 10 yards. They'll replay the down because they recovered. Or actually, Penn State declined that. All right. So they take the down. Well, to get the ball back down 17, yeah, you decline it. So 3rd and Austin, 3:16 for the Iowa Hawkeyes. 14-14 to play here in the third quarter as we just began the second half. If you're just now tuning in. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. From the 19, 3rd and long for Iowa. And Penn State on the sack. And Adisa Isaac, number 20, on the sack for Penn State. And a quick 3-and-out for Iowa. They're going to punt. Penn State going to get the ball back. So if they can drive and score and get a running game going, Levis aired out a little bit here and there. Drive and score like it did earlier. Cut it to 10 and just keep doing what they just did on defense and then also on offense earlier on the touchdown drive. If they can do the same coming up. Back and forth. Keep making stops and keep scoring points on offense. You know, they could get back into it. But we're a long ways away from there. So we'll take it one play at a time, one game at a time. But Jahan Dotson now on the punt return. They need a big play. They need something to spark, you know, some momentum. They need a big touchdown throw or a big touchdown run or special teams to factor into all that as well with a return of some sorts. But Jahan Dotson on the punt return there. It'll be 1st and 10. Penn State down 17, 24-7 once again. Iowa on the road leading the Nittany Lions here as we just began the second half. It'll be 1st down and 10. Penn State with Will Levis in at quarterback. Kevon Lee at running back to his right. Ball on the right side of the 50. 1st and 10 at the 40. Wisconsin Northwestern just began the second half as well. Levis going to take a sack and then gets rid of it. Ball comes out, fumble. Iowa has it again. And another fumble, another turnover, and another mistake by Penn State. Just shoot me now, why don't you, please? And thank you. I don't care what type of weapon it is. Just pull the damn trigger, you know, and put me out of my goddamn misery. I think that goes for any Penn State fan. Like, this is so awful. They have not been this bad in forever. Now, 8 yards for Iowa, 2nd down and 2. And, you know, like I said a few weeks back, when they were losing bad to Maryland, you know, final score didn't do any due diligence there. The fans, if there was a crowd, you know, they would have been booing him. They would have been booing the team as a whole. Probably throwing shit on the field. The refs would probably have to stop the game. Hey, you got to quit, you know, unless we can't move forward. But, of course, they don't care. There's no fans there. They're not getting, you know, hollered at. I mean, I'm sure they are, but it's not as bad as, you know, what it could be. So, Penn State 2020, pathetic. It honestly is. It's so pathetic. It's frustrating. It's hard to watch. Yet here I am, so thank you for tuning in and watching. It's just miserable. You know, that's another word to add to the list. pathetic, so hard to watch. I mean, I tell you what, like I said, they haven't been this bad in forever. And they've been bad before. Don't get me wrong, but not this bad. It's just this stupid little things that they keep messing up. Stupid little mistakes. That's all it is. And they can't get a run game going. And the coaching, you know, the play calling's not any good. They're on the same play after play. So we'll see what happens. Iowa probably going to capitalize off another turnover here. Take a 31-7 lead. And honestly, that would still technically, for me at least, be considered their opening drive because Penn State only had it for play after the Iowa punt and then the fumble. So we'll see what happens. Oh, they stop them again. We'll see, but I doubt they'll come back and win this.
Which is why you're not looking back. You're looking forward.
With employee pricing for all, pay $4,752 below MSRP, plus $750 bonus cash in the 2021 Compass Trailhawk.
For the glory of old state, for her founders strong and great, for the future that we wait.
Well, you better be with us. We are with you. We are Penn State. Always. Yes, we're still Penn State, regardless of whatever happens. But, you know, Penn State 2020. Pathetic and unacceptable. It's just... And they're going to, on 2nd and 2, run a quarterback sneak, and they get like 5 yards. Like, how don't you see that coming? I mean, they did catch him off guard. The offensive line stood out there. And as Iowa broke the huddle, they hurried up and snapped it, and quarterback sneaked it. From the 43, under center. And Keaton Ellis on the stop. So bad. So bad. I mean, a big stop there by Keaton Ellis, who's still a young cornerback, but still. It's just... I don't know what else to say, honestly, no. 2nd and 14. Petrus, they're going to get Penn State on a defensive hold. Yeah. Yeah, holding on Keaton Ellis, number 2. 10 yards, first down for Iowa. Good call, and like I said, the rest, you know, honestly hasn't been that bad today.
Petrus turned 21 back on Wednesday. He said, I have to make the makeable plays. How has he done with that today?
He's done phenomenal. Now, he's been aided by that offensive line because they have given him plenty of time to throw and also in the run game, so it's a balanced attack.
Handoff out of the Wildcat. Or we'll call it the Hawkeye. And 9 yards on that run, 2nd and short. 2nd about a yard. So Iowa 2nd and a long 2, 2nd and a yard, and they run the Hawkeye again. And a loss of a yard there. So now it'll be 3rd and 2. They'll say 3rd and 3 because they got the sticks messed up.
Offensive line of Iowa, and one of the guys who's really talented guy, their left tackle number
77, Alaric Jackson. He's a guy he's got all the requisite skills, bends well, good hands, smart player, and like you said, he's transformed himself. He's gotten on the vegan diet and he's kind of slimmed down a little bit, moving much better. That kid is a really good player.
Only played 2 years of high school football, did Alaric Jackson.
Out of the eye.
Third and 2. Out of the eye.
And Petrus going to hand off. About a 6-yard run there for Mekhi Sargent. And another big first down pickup for the Hawkeyes. Penn State being run over this afternoon. Nah, a little bit of a false start there. Yeah, a little bit of a head start with the false start. So, false start, 5 yards. I'll replay first down. It'll be 1st and 15. But Iowa's still running all over Penn State on defense today. And more power to them.
This offensive line been playing exceptionally well today.
He's filling the void left by Coy Cronk, right? The transfer in from Indiana.
Petrus on the slant is going to be caught inside the 20. And Smith-Marset brought down at the 16-yard line. It'll be second down for Iowa. You know, Iowa's ground and pound. We're going to block up front. We're going to run the football, play action with a pocket passing quarterback, and that's who we are. We're going to play good defense, and we're going to beat you. And they're beating Penn State by 17 today on the road. 2nd and 4, 24-7 Iowa. Ball at the 16-yard line, handoff out of the eye near side. And Mekhi Sargent going to get about a yard or so on that run. 3rd down and 3. Empty set out of the gun for Iowa. Pass complete near side. Right there at the first down marker. Looks to have enough for it. They're going to give it to him. First down. Hawkeyes for the black and yellow inside the 15-yard line down at the 11, it looks like. 1st and 10.
Been on the phone with Hawkinson and Kittle. Past Iowa great tight ends, getting words of wisdom from them.
Yeah, Iowa is tight end U. They honestly are. This is coming back for a hold. But Iowa's always had damn good offensive line on top of that. Because it all starts up front. You got to be able to block. You can't block, you can't do a damn thing. And you can't get off the ball and get after your opposing quarterback. They're going to beat you all day long. Starts in the trenches on that offensive defensive line.
To get separation, when you can be blocked vertically and also horizontally. And so if you get blocked out of your
got a flag. It's 1st and 10. We had that run there out of bounds. They should be coming back for a hold. No foul. No foul for an illegal block in the back is what it was. So now 2nd down. They pick up the dirty laundry.
Should he win today, he and the Hawkeyes, it would be conference win, Big Ten conference win number 100, making one of only 4 men in Big Ten conference history to do that.
Kirk's a Yinzer. He's a Pennsylvania guy. He's a Pittsburgh guy.
Yep.
He grew up here, and he understands Penn State and all the tradition and all the stuff. He also coached in Benton early in his career.
2nd and 1 from the 2. Another handoff. And no gain on the play, 3rd down and yard. Matt Mellon just talking about Kirk Ferentz, who back in 2012 and 2014 would have been the perfect candidate for Penn State. You know, and that's why I brought his name up again last week. But he's 65 years old. he's not going to be leaving Iowa anytime soon to start over and come to Penn State, whether he's from Pennsylvania or not. Yeah, he is a Yinzer. He's from Pittsburgh. And like I said, he's coached at every level, but he's had the most success at Iowa, searching for his, and Iowa with another touchdown run, a quarterback sneak up the middle on 3rd and a yard from the 2. That's a touchdown. He's in the end zone. You got a signal touchdown. He's 5 yards in the end zone. That is a touchdown. So Iowa now 30-7, and they're about 20 minutes away from getting Kirk Ferentz that 100th career Big Ten win this afternoon on the road. Where else to do it? Right in central Pennsylvania, state he grew up in. He was the head coach at Maine, coached in the NFL with the Browns and Ravens once they left Cleveland for Baltimore. And then he took the Iowa job in '99, and him and Bob Stoops, up until just a few years ago, were the first and second longest tenured Division I college football head coaches. And then after Stoops retired from Oklahoma, of course, over the past 4 years now, Kirk Ferentz has become the longest tenured Division I college football head coach. Iowa with another touchdown run. 31-7 now, Hawkeyes midway through the third quarter on the road against Penn State. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Iowa, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. As well, we'll get back to the action with Iowa and Penn State, along with Wisconsin and Northwestern, and Cincinnati and Central Florida coming up shortly. So stay tuned, sit back, relax. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Penn State going to lose, fall to 0-5, first time ever. Rate James Franklin in check, fire his ass, tell him to get the hell out. It's the same excuse, one after another. Run scores. It's time for a change, I think. And I'm a diehard, Penn State fan. Honestly, back in 2014, I didn't think he was the right man for the job, and that showed the first 2 years, 2.5 years. Because it goes back to that Minnesota game. They beat Golden Gophers overtime. Saquon Barkley with a 25-yard touchdown run first play overtime, and then a few weeks later beat Ohio State on the blocked field goal return for a touchdown. And then they won the Big Ten with the Rose Bowl, New Year's Sixes, year after year and all that, like I said earlier. But it's just not adding up, It's just not adding up. You continue to make mistake after mistake after mistake. Shoot yourselves in the foot. It's pathetic. It's ridiculous. It's mind-blowing, but, they're playing the way they're playing. So, frustrating, hard to watch. I said, I don't know how many different words to describe them through 4.5, almost 5 games now this season, over the past month. And it's just tiring. It's unacceptable when it all comes down to it. And we'll see what happens, like I said, but hell, even Bob Stoops could be an option for Penn State. He's been retired for a few years, yeah, but he's had success at the college level at Oklahoma, as his Sooners take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys later on tonight. It's going to be a slobber knocker for sure in Bedlam. It's Garth Brooks against Toby Keith. It's good old JR on the call for Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. But come tomorrow, the Jacksonville Jaguars, like I said last week, they're going to need AEW, All Elite Wrestling, to defeat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hopefully they'll tune in to watch my live reaction to the play of Jaguars and the Steelers. Steelers down in Skinner Country. It'll be Steelers and Jags at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and then WWE Survivor Series tomorrow night. As well, touchback on the kickoff, 1st and 10 Penn State from 25-yard line. 31-7, the Lions trail here midway through the third quarter.
Joe Beninati, Matt Millen up in the booth, Rick Pizzo on the sideline for us today. 3 cheers for all the men and women in our technical crew. Football on the Big Ten Network, powered by Unleaded 88.
From 25, first and 10.
Powering up since falling behind 7-3 in this game. It's 31-7 for the Hawkeyes. Keziah Holmes in the backfield.
And a toss near side. And Holmes for Keziah Holmes gets 4 yards to the 29-yard line. Would be second and 6.
Focused on formations and tendencies, this 20-year-old sophomore backer.
Yeah, well, he's going to always play well because of the people in front of him.
Fortunately, I cannot do that due to copyright. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to subscribe. And hopefully we'll tune back in tomorrow. And week after week, all live right here on YouTube for live reactions, both college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. Another run up the middle for Penn State. And no gain. They're down in 6. It has been. It's been an ass kicking. Matt Millen should be allowed to say that on TV, but of course not. Hey, maybe he can get out of broadcasting and get into coaching for the first time ever. He's been a general manager before, but we all know how that worked out with the Lions. Okay, so Levis getting pressured. He got rid of it, whether it was a pass and a incomplete pass or a fumble. Penn State recovered, so it'll be 4th down, and they're going to punt. Yeah, that's a fumble. Jesus Christ. This is just awful. Penn State on the punt. I'm surprised Iowa hasn't blocked the punt yet, honestly, today. Seriously. Like, they've gotten a lot of pressure. Flag comes in late. Iowa on the return out to around the 32-yard line, so it's probably come back anyway for a hold or a block in the back. It'll be 1st and 10 Hawkeyes from wherever they spot the ball, up 31-7. So during the return, illegal block in the back. 10 yards, automatic 1st down. Timeout.
It was a 51-yard punt by Jordan Stout. Hawkeyes in charge.
I don't know what else to say. I don't. It's just. It's unacceptable when it's all said and done. We wrap it all up, throw it in the dryer, hit start. It's all unacceptable. There's no reason for it, especially when everyone else in college football, has had the same amount of time, as you to prepare. Short season or not, 2020 or not with COVID, there's no reason. There's no excuse. So I'll leave it at that. I'll shut up. I know I've been saying that time and time and time again, week after week after week, all season long. But what else is there to say? Honestly, seriously, like, there isn't anything else. If only, they were able to do A, B, and C, and then execute X, Y, Z. Like, it's just, it's so bad. It is. I'll digress for the time being, but we'll get more into it a little bit later on because we'll go over potential candidates once again for Penn State. So later on tonight, USC, Utah, and then Boise State, Hawaii is where I left off. Broncos on the islands taking on the Rainbow Warriors. However, next week on Thanksgiving, we'll get Colorado State and Air Force along with New Mexico and Utah State in college football. The Texans will play the Lions. The Redskins, watch football team, will take on the Cowboys, and the Ravens will take on the Steelers next Thursday night on Thanksgiving. as well. Next weekend, as they promote Big Ten football for next weekend, we got Nebraska and Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then Rutgers produced some odd kick times, and we'll get more into those shortly. But next Friday, in the Big 12 college football, Iowa State in Austin taking on the Texas Longhorns. Iowa with the run on first down and 10. Penn State now with a lot of backups in on defense. Yeah, exactly. Well, Penn State's been slow all season. And, I mean, like I said earlier, Iowa's starting out slow. Fumble on the snap. Penn State going to recover it. Lamont Wade on the recovery. Okay, maybe this is a spark they need, but it's going to be a little too late. 4:09 to play in the third. 31-7 Iowa. On top of Penn State. But Penn State with the ball, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. So 3 total turnovers. First by Iowa. However, Penn State's 2 fumbles. Iowa capitalized off of both. So, not over until it's over, of course, but it's once again, we're just going to wait until the second half until we figure something out, and then we'll get back into it, but it's going to be a little too late. Because Penn State's been a second half team. They have. They procrastinate, don't do anything right, and then they finally do something right late, but it's too late. Iowa with, like I said earlier, slow starter only averaging 20 points a game, and then 42 over the past 2 weeks, 31 today. Totally different team. And, more power to them, credit to them, capitalizing off of Penn State's mistakes. Here comes Sean Clifford in the ball game at quarterback. He's going to air it out. And 1 play, 1 pass, 1 touchdown, 14-86. Brenton Strange on the touchdown reception for the Penn State offense. Touchdown Penn State. So they switch from Will Levis to Sean Clifford now in the second half. But even after a 1-play drive for a 30-yard touchdown pass, 31-13, why don't you flip the score? Even with 3 timeouts, another full quarter to play, it's going to be a little too late. But obviously, okay, Iowa's going to get the ball back. And the extra points blocked, no good. Jesus Christ. 31-13 is the score. 4:01 now to play in the third. Still a little too late, I think. Iowa's going to get the ball back. Got to make another step on defense. But once you get the ball back on offense, they still have to find a running game. But it looks like Clifford's going to be in the ball game now at quarterback. Hopefully he can air it out, and hopefully they'll quit running play after play after play. The same one at that, up the middle on a quarterback keeper on the zone read off of the RPO. Because you've been stopped twice on 4th down, turnover on downs there, fumbled it twice. Iowa's capitalized. Penn State just capitalized. Cut it to 31-13, but still, even with 4 minutes to play in the third and 3 timeouts for both teams here in the second half, 15 more minutes in the fourth to play, a little too late, I'm thinking. But this is just how they played all season long. So if, this is the only way they know how to play, so be it. If only, the teams that they were playing to this point, didn't score as many points, okay, they might have a chance, when it's all said and done. But it all starts with Franklin. I've gone on and on about him. Something goes wrong, all he does is stand there on the sideline, arms crossed. Doesn't know what to say, doesn't know what to do, says the same thing time after time. And, it all starts up front. If only they had a running game, and we're able to cover and tackle on defense and not turn the damn ball over and, have how many stupid penalties this season, they probably wouldn't be 0-4, but they are. Okay? This is how it's played out. It's all on paper. It's on the field, and, they're 0-4 for a reason because they can't do anything right. and they're on the verge of going to 0-5 the first time ever. And if that's the case, like I said, write him a check and tell him he's fired. Buy him out, pay him what you owe him, regardless of how much it is, and send him on his way. But Penn State's still in it. For now. They have to make a few more stops on defense, and it's going to, lead us to Heart Attack City once again and come down to the wire. As I was saying, in the meantime, for next week in college football, Iowa State at Texas. We also have UMass and Liberty, Southern Miss UAB. Nebraska at Iowa should be a good one. I think Iowa would win that the way Nebraska played today at home against Illinois after beating Penn State last week. So both Iowa and Nebraska, you'd think, would look at the Penn State games for both teams over the past two games and take what they can get out of it and, build off of that. Iowa wants to go into 3-2 after starting 0-2, defeating Nebraska next week on Black Friday at 4-2. Depending on what happens with Wisconsin and Northwestern here, Northwestern still at 14-7. Third quarter, we got a fumble by Wisconsin. They recover. Iowa on the run. Flag comes in late. Probably going to be called back for a hold after pick up a 12.
This offensive line is just taking over the game.
They are. It all starts up front, and they're controlling the game.
This is Iowa's official sideline.
Iowa with a sideline warning.
The play results in a first down.
Okay, so just a sideline warning, no penalty. They give Iowa the first down. But honestly, depending on what happens with Wisconsin and Northwestern here, okay, yeah, the winners in the driver's seat. But then Wisconsin plays Minnesota next week. Wisconsin and Iowa are still going to have to play. So they'll take each other out eventually. But, you keep winning, you do, what you do. You can only control what you can control. Whatever happens, happens. If somebody else loses, so be it. You're in the lead then. Or whatever happens, happens. So Penn State injury looks like 53 Fred Hansard from Fredericksburg, Virginia. And they'll take a timeout on the Big Ten Network. But, Penn State's still the only winless team in the conference, which is hard to believe. But it is 2020, so here we are. Still, just absolutely pathetic. Mind-blowing if they're in this situation. It's just all unacceptable when it all boils down. But, hell, Iowa, who knows, could make the Big Ten title game. If they win out, because I'm thinking they'll be 4-2 after next weekend. And then we'll as the season goes along, week after week, we'll take it as we can get it, and we'll move on. So, an injured Penn Stater down, back from the TV timeout now with the injury. 3:25 and counting, 1st and 10 for Iowa, up 31-13. Also next week with Nebraska, Iowa on Friday, we got Notre Dame and North Carolina, Central Florida and South Florida, Central Michigan and Eastern Michigan, Wyoming, UNLV, Stanford and Cal, banned on the field for that one, Oregon State in the Civil War, and then San Diego State, Fresno State, along with Washington and Washington State in the Apple Cup. However, that game could be in doubt due to COVID-19. 9-yard run, and once again, Mekhi Sargent and Tyler Goodson running all over the Penn State defense this afternoon, and credit to Iowa's offensive line.
I think he's the best in the Big Ten. And Von Wert and Kellenberger on the right side. Both those guys have played exceptionally well. And of course, Kellenberger's in.
We'll get into next Saturday's games here in a second. 2nd and 1. Petrus going to air it out, incomplete, out of bounds. So 3rd down and a yard. Next week, Iowa hosting Nebraska, Penn State at Michigan with a kick time still to be determined. keep an eye out for Michigan Rutgers later on tonight, just to see if Michigan gets out of the slump that they're in. Penn State currently favored, which is mind-blowing by itself. Currently only a few points, but as Iowa was a point favorite on the road today. Penn State a home dog once again, as they normally are. And another quarterback sneak. And that's exactly what you do in these situations. You know, short to go, just get up there under center, sneak it, you know, pick the right or left cheek and move forward. Whatever, you know, gaps open. And pick up a first down and move the sticks, you know, one play at a time. Run the ball, short passes, go deep every once in a while. Control the game, control the clock. I mean, Iowa, the time possession, it's going to come down to, it might be even once the game's all said and done, but right now they have to be up by a lot. And a good throwaway, incomplete out of bounds. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to set up the screen to the far side, either the running back or tight end. No intentional grounding. And yeah, that's a good call. He was out of the pocket, got out of bounds, downfield, past the line of scrimmage. We've seen, though, recently they've called intentional grounding when the ball has been thrown deep downfield out of bounds, whether he's been in the pocket or not. And I think with the officiating today, they're trying to make up the Big Ten is, at least, for all the bad mistakes they had last night with Purdue, Minnesota, with Purdue, I believe, being screwed against the Golden Gophers, but everybody has their own opinion. I'm not saying Penn State's getting screwed today. I mean, they're screwing themselves, if anything. But 3rd down and 9 for Iowa. 1-1-1 to play in the third. Now a minute on the dot, under a minute to play in the third quarter. Iowa by a few scores as Iowa hands off once again. And on 3rd down and 9, why not run the ball? You know, run the clock, 4th and 6. They'll punt unless they're in field goal range here. Yeah, Iowa going to kick a field goal. Their one from earlier snuck in just barely, take an early 3-0 lead. And then it was 7-3 before Iowa scored 28 unanswered to get up 31-7. And then Penn State with a touchdown and then the missed extra point because it was blocked, 31-13. Iowa field goal up, no good. A little windy over in Happy Valley. No good, wide right. So 31-13 is where we stand with a few seconds left to close the third quarter. Penn State can get the ball back, but even with 3 timeouts, I mean, okay, you're going to need a touchdown. You're going to need 3 touchdowns to take the lead. But you score twice and go for 2 both times and get it. However, they haven't been good on 2-point attempts this year. You know, that's another 16. You cut it to 2. Deep ball, Clifford to Jahan Dotson, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. 2 plays for Sean Clifford on 2 separate drives for 2 touchdown passes. And Penn State now only trails by 12. It's 31-19. Where the hell was this all game? Where the hell has this been all season? So they finally go deep. And Dotson from, okay, they say 68 yards officially. Yeah, Clifford on 2 plays has 2 passing touchdowns. Now they're going to go for 2 to make it a 10-point game. And they're going to have trips in a bunch near side. Bubble screen complete. And Kevon Lee going to get in. Touchdown. Well, 2-point attempt. Good. So 31-21 with 7 seconds to play in the third. Don't want to get a little too far ahead of ourselves now. Nittany Lions only trail by 10 as we near the end of the third quarter. They're fighting back. They're a second half team. We've known that. But there hasn't been this much fight all season long until now, which is a good thing. But if only they would have had this the previous 4 games, you know, they might be anywhere from undefeated to winless. As they are winless at 0-4, trying to not go to 0-5 for the first time ever. They come back and win this, win next week, win out, you know, because a winning season along with a bowl berth is on the line of not going to 1 or not having a winning season. You know, maybe he keeps his job. Maybe James Franklin keeps his job and they get out of the hole they're in. But like I said all season long, they just keep shooting themselves in the foot, keep digging themselves holes that they can't get out of. Okay? Don't write a check that your ass can't cash. Isn't that the saying? So, they're almost out of it. They're down 10, but there's still a lot of football left to be played. Got to make more stops on defense. You can't turn the ball over, and you can't have any more stupid penalties. 2 passes, 2 touchdowns on the past 2 drives for a total of 2 plays. And then the 2-point was good as well on the pass on the bubble screen to Kevon Lee near side. I'll take it. Still got to find a running game, though, because it's 10 points. That's the lead. That's the deficit for Iowa and Penn State, respectively. End of the third quarter, Hawkeyes lead the Lions now 31-21. So it's 31-13. Doing the math there, you know, score twice, go for 2 twice, there's 16 points. You add it up, you're down 2. You need a game-winning field goal to win it if you hold it. You know, you don't let them score. 31-29, 32-20, or 32-31, excuse me, you know, for the win then. But halfway there, they score, they go for 2, they get it. They're down 10. You score, again, you kick the extra point. Now, that extra point that you missed is going to come back and hurt you a little bit here coming up. But, for the most part, should be all right. Just because if they had that, it'd be, you know, 31-14. They probably wouldn't have went for 2 there. Kicked it again, 31-21, so we stay where we're at. But they do, and then it's 31-22. You're still down 9. So you get to that point, okay, you figure it out then. But, okay, you score like they did. Go for 2, get it like they did, 31-21. You score again, you kick the extra point. And hopefully you make it a 3-point deficit, make a 3-point ball game, 31-28. Because if not, you go for 2, you don't get it. You're going to need a touchdown because you're down 4 to win it, if it comes down to it, compared to a potential game-tying field goal to force overtime. And Iowa and Penn State, especially in Happy Valley, they've gone to overtime before, especially double overtimes as well. So it's 2020. Who knows what's going to happen? Penn State playing a little bit better here in the second half once again, but still 15 more minutes to play, and we'll get back to the action shortly. So 31-21, Iowa on the road leading Penn State. Back to now next week with college football week 13. Hopefully everyone will have a happy Thanksgiving and be safe on Black Friday if you're going out. Iowa going to host Nebraska, Penn State on the road at Michigan. Ohio State at Illinois, Pitt at Clemson, Florida State was supposed to kick off at noon Eastern time earlier today. Game was canceled, postponed a few hours before. They're going to hope to play now next month. Cincinnati Temple next week, along with Maryland and Indiana. Maryland going to try to play for the first time in a few weeks. They haven't played since they beat Penn State 2 weeks back. Because like I said earlier, Maryland, Ohio State was canceled. Maryland, Michigan State was canceled today as well. Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Okie State and Okie will play later on tonight. Northwestern, Michigan State, Colorado, USC, Tulsa, and Houston. And then San Jose State, Boise State should be a good one. Utah, and Arizona State. Arizona and UCLA. Duke, Georgia Tech, Virginia, Florida State. NC State, Syracuse, along with Kansas State and Baylor. Louisville and Boston College as well, and we'll get back to it shortly. 1st and 10 for Iowa as we begin the fourth quarter. And Goodson on the run up the gut for 6, 2nd and 4 to come for the Hawkeyes.
Because he basically said the exact same thing to his team. Guys, we're up by 10. The players rallied around. Hey, a touchdown and it's back to a 3-score game. We need to do what got us to this point, not worry about what happened over the last 4 minutes. There is calm right now on the Iowa sideline, but that momentum...
2nd down and 4 from the 41.
It is all back there. There is plenty of confidence over here now for the first time today.
And another handoff, 1st down run for Iowa. Goodson gets close to midfield. Also, we have Memphis and Navy, along with Kentucky and Florida next week. Arkansas, Mizzou, SMU, East Carolina, Louisiana Tech, Florida International, Georgia Southern and Georgia State in the Peach State. Northern Illinois, Western Michigan, and the MAC. Bowling Green, Ohio, Kent State, Buffalo. 2 unbeatens in the MAC East. Ball State, Toledo, Miami, Ohio, Akron, UTEP, Rice, Florida Atlantic, Middle Tennessee State, and then Minnesota, Wisconsin will kick off next Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 local. And then also at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Rutgers will head to Purdue. We also got Coastal Carolina at 8-0, traveling to Texas State. Louisiana Lafayette against Louisiana Monroe. North Texas, San Antonio. North Texas and University of Texas, San Antonio, as it is rivalry week next week. Penn State and Michigan, along with Nebraska and Iowa. 2nd down and 12 for the Hawkeyes as they lead by 10. 31-21 from the 44. Petrus looking to throw over the middle on the slant. Incomplete, almost picked off by Tariq Castro Fields. Or Joey Porter Jr., number 9, incomplete. Secondary been quiet today. I mean, Lamont Wade has a fumble recovery, but the secondary has been quiet so far this afternoon. We got, North Texas, University of Texas San Antonio, along with South Alabama and Arkansas State. Iron Bowl, Auburn, Alabama from Tuscaloosa. Bet you any money that's where College Game Day is going to be at once again next week. From the 44, tight end in motion, out of the gun, Iowa. Petrus rolling out. Pass complete for a few yards. It'll be 4th down. Penn State holds. Penn State going to get the ball back. We also got Mississippi State and Ole Miss next week, along with Rutgers and Purdue, Western Kentucky and Charlotte. LSU, Texas A&M could be a good one. Maybe that's where they go, with LSU picking up the win earlier. Georgia and South Carolina, along with Tennessee and Vandy. TCU, Kansas, and then Troy, App State, along with Nevada and Hawaii. So it's college football next week, and hopefully everyone have a happy Thanksgiving and safe Black Friday. Iowa on to punt, field at the 10-yard line, fair catch, signal forward by number 5, Jahan Dodson, 10-yard lines. 1st and 10, Penn State. From there, down 10 after the Iowa punt. 31-21, Iowa against Penn State. Be sure to share this live reaction stream on social media if you haven't done so already. That share button, hashtag college football. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. As always, links in the description below. Thumbs up button as well. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. In the meantime, Wisconsin still trailing by 7 on the road at Northwestern, 14-7 as they just entered the 4th quarter, and a sack by the Wildcat defense. Wisconsin gonna have to settle for a field goal here, it looks like. Pat Fitzgerald's another name for Penn State potentially, but with Kirk Ferentz, same position there. It's not 2012 and it's not 2014. I said this last week. We'll get more into it like I said, if Penn State loses, I'll probably still go over it, even if they come back and win. Because Franklin would, yeah, if they win, keep his job for another week. But lose, don't be shocked he's fired tomorrow morning. Which, you know, wouldn't be a bad wake-up call. You know, wouldn't be a bad, what are we thankful for Thanksgiving for this year, you know? So, there's our Big Ten commercial. Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana. Head on up to Michigan with Michigan and Michigan State. Then on down to the shoe with Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, and Maryland for the 14 teams in the best conference in all college football, the Big Ten. Sean Clifford back in the ballgame at quarterback. 2 plays for him on 2 different drives. 2 touchdown passes. As Penn State has cut it to 10 as they were down by 24 just minutes ago. 31-21. With 11:50 to play. Clifford looking to throw again over the middle, a little too high. And Dawson, the intended target, once again. There we go with Clifford sailing the football a little too high for some unknown reason this season. So incomplete. So, all right, 2 of 3 for 2 touchdowns. And I'd say about 100 yards passing. From the 10-yard line, 2nd and 10. They need the 20. Clifford, quarterback, keeper. He's going to get 6 yards maybe to the 16-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 4. Need first down here. Need first down here. They don't get a first down. You have to punt because you're not going to go for it and then have Iowa already in field goal position. Time's going to run out on you then if you can't stop the Hawkeyes on offense, and you know they'll score again, extend their lead, and you know ball game. Big 3rd down here, 3rd and 5. They need first down. Empty set, 5 wide. Brenton Strange in motion. Strange and Theo Johnson, the 2 tight ends, in absence of Pat Fryermuth, who's out injured, not playing today. 7 yards on a quarterback design run up the middle. Quarterback keeper on the zone read, RPO for Sean Clifford, number 14, first down run. First down Penn State.
Kerner has interceptions in 3 straight games, none today. Had 13 tackles a year ago in a loss to Penn State in Iowa City. Holmes stays in the backfield.
Play clock winding down. Don't have all day, Bozo. Let's go. Gets the snap off. Clifford going to tuck it and run, and then brought down after about a yard or so. 2nd and 9. Now we got another update. And they show the sack that we just witnessed. Still 14-7 Northwestern on top of Wisconsin. Very low scoring.
Northwestern's won 5 of the last 6 at home against Wisconsin. We were treated to a couple of marquee games.
2nd and 9 from the 23. And Clifford batted down and then picked off by Iowa. And another turnover. And that should do it. Clifford was out of the gun. Yeah. Could have pump fake though. Why didn't you pump fake? Good defensive play, batted it up in the air, and then Iowa with the interception. So Penn State now with 2 fumbles and an interception. So Clifford's going to finish right now. What? 2 of 4, 2 of 5, for 2 touchdowns and an interception on about 100 yards passing in relief of Will Levis, who, in the meantime, still leading the team in rushing. Too late. Way too late. There's no way they come back and win this if Iowa scores right here. Yeah, Iowa's just going to run the ball, run the clock out. They're up 10, 2nd and 2. Just run the damn ball. Run the clock out and get out of Happy Valley with a win. First down run for Iowa. That's Goodson. They're going to move the sticks. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line once again, it looks like. And like I said, Penn State on defense now, as it did recently on a few recent drives for Iowa on offense, starting to put in some subs on defense. Get some guys playing time. Because honestly, that's really only good thing to come out of this. You know, everyone they have on the roster, you know, whether they're 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th string on the depth chart, whatever it is, wherever they're at, get them in, get them playing time, get them experience. Because you can build off of that. Because we've seen it before. Because in 2014 and 2015, when they were the youngest team in the country in all of Division I college football, from 2016 on until now, you know, they've been as good as they've been in quite a while, but now they're as bad as they've been in forever. So, 2nd down and 9, Iowa with another handoff up the gut to the 6-yard line. It'll be 3rd down. They scored a touchdown instead. If they can hold them to a field goal and get 2 quick touchdowns like they did earlier, just a little bit ago, 35-34, okay, but I highly doubt it. I would have highly doubted Clifford coming in and throwing back-to-back touchdowns on back-to-back plays on back-to-back drives. But he did. Look at that, rushing yards, 171 to 63 for Iowa over Penn State. Iowa holds on to win. You're going to look at that stat, and that's the main reason why. Incomplete on 3rd down. Why were you throwing on 3rd down and 5? Run the ball. Run the clock, because the clock's going to stop now for Iowa. They're going to have to kick a field goal. They just missed their last one after barely making their first one at the start of the game. But this should be a chip shot. So, a miss is the best thing that could happen for Penn State, but if he makes it, which he does, so now it's 34-21. If Penn State can score 2 quick touchdowns just like they did a moment ago with Sean Clifford coming in at quarterback before he threw an interception. 34-28, 35-34. Ball game might not be any time left. Highly doubt it's going to happen though, but never say never. Not over until it's over. So we'll see what happens here.
No matter how early you're up or how late you're running, when you start your day at Speedway, we've got what you need to have a good morning. We've got it hot. We've got it cold. We've got it sprinkled. We've got it ready. No matter where you're headed or what you're craving, we're here to make your morning a little better. Because when you get off to a better start, you go on to a better day.
How about you? No. No way.
Come on. No.
No.
No. Only Discover has no annual fee on any card.
More meat ounces means more meat bounces. Get any papadilla like the new double cheeseburger papadilla for just $6. Papa John's.
Black Friday's here early, so get the 5G America's been waiting for.
Right, 5G is next level.
Unlimited plans fit everyone in your family starting at just $35. With 5G included at no extra cost. Plus, you'll get the entertainment and gaming the whole family will love.
100% obsessed with The Mandalorian.
I watch a lot of sports.
And it's all my favorite shows.
Switch now and get $13.50 off our best 5G phones.
It's like a gift on top of another gift. Gifts keep coming at me.
This is 5G from America's most reliable network.
When the food you love doesn't love you back, stay smooth and fight heartburn fast with Tums Smoothies.
Northwestern with a field goal, 17-7 over Wisconsin. Not that much of a surprise, honestly, but thought Wisconsin would be doing a little bit more than what they are with 11:50 to play. But they trail by 10, as did Penn State, but now they trail by 13 after the Iowa field goal. So 34-21, 13-point lead for Iowa as they kick off with 7:14 to play. They're going to have a touchback, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 25-yard line.
Matt, just want to remind folks that coming up after the game, the Big Ten Live football postgame is presented by State Farm. Breaks down all the action. Dave, Jerry, Howard, Joshua.
A very quick game.
From Chicago after the game wraps up here.
Very quick game for as sort of high scoring as it is with all total points. I'm going to get Penn State scored 14 in the past however many minutes it's been. But
So this is a series they have to score on, get a stop, and then do the same thing again.
yep, you got to score, get a stop, and score again. You can't take up a lot of time. You got to be quick about it. Kevon Lee on the reception. 7 yards for him, 2nd down and 3 for Penn State.
At one point, maybe around the 50 or so, or 45, then you'll take a shot. If you don't take one right here.
Gain of 7 brings up 2nd and short. Clifford out of the gun.
Clifford complete to Kevon Lee, no gain, 3rd down and 3. And the clock's going to continue to roll, 6:35 and counting.
In this comeback effort for the Nittany Lions, 6:20 to go in the 4th.
You can see it in Franklin's eyes. He knows his job's on the line. 3rd down and 2. He doesn't win this, he's going to be fired.
You hear the communication feel level? 3rd and 2.
Clifford complete. 1st down Penn State for 4 yards to number 11, Daniel George. George and along with Keandre Lambert-Smith and Cam Sullivan-Brown. Nowhere to be found until now. It's been Jahan Dotson and the Parker Washington show. And a pass complete to Brenton Strange. He's going to get a few yards. The 2nd and 8. 5.5 to play. Time's ticking. Ain't got all day. Clifford looking to throw. Has a man in Dotson. Only 2 yards for him once again. 3rd down and 6. 5:05 to play. They're going to run the clock out on themselves if they keep it up. And they're down 2 scores. Hurry the hell up. Come on, let's go. Zone read. Clifford, okay, he gets a 1st down. 1st and 10 at midfield. You got to hurry up. They score. They're going to kick an onside kick because they give the ball back to Iowa with 3 timeouts. They call them all. Iowa picks the 1st down. Game's over. They're not going to get the ball back. They're taking up way too much time here trying to drive and score. 4:25, 4:24, 4:23, 4:22 and counting. Clifford going to step up. Eludes a sack. Steps up again, airs it out deep, and has a man about 10 yards short. So he overthrew him, and that was number 13, and Keandre Lambert-Smith incomplete. 2nd and 10 for Penn State. Come on.
Going against that redshirt freshman, Caden Wallace. And Evans is one of those guys who's got a motor. He just doesn't stop. He just keeps on coming all the time.
Had 4 sacks last year, did
From midfield, 2nd and 10. Iowa bringing a blitz, and Clifford's going to go down. Good play call by Iowa to bring pressure. And Clifford goes down. It'll be 3rd down and a mile with under 4 to play. So they have to score like within the next 2 plays, honestly. Because they'll go for it on 4th down and then get it here on 3rd down. Turn it over again, potentially. Iowa's going to get the ball back, and that's ball game. But if they can keep this going, I mean, if you score, you got to score like within the next 30 seconds. Clifford going to step up, go deep. No, he's going to elude another sack. Rolling out near side, and then short hops his intended target, number 24, running back Kevon Lee. And it's 4th down and 17, and here's ball game, folks. And here's Penn State going to 0-5 for the first time ever. Actually, they're going to punt. Okay, they're going to punt on 4th down and 17, which probably is the right call, because if it was 4th and shorter, yeah, you go for it, but you've been stopped on 4th down twice already today. So 3rd time's a charm for Iowa on defense. They punt. Ball going to go out of bounds on the punt. It'll be 1st and 10, Iowa from the 12-yard line. Mark at the 13. But with only 3:19 to play, Penn State still trails by 13. Penn State's going to call their 3 timeouts coming up. Iowa's just going to run the football, okay? Iowa's just going to run the ball. Penn State's going to call their timeouts. They're probably not going to see the ball again on offense, I don't think. But if they do, they're going to have to score within 3 plays, kick an onside kick with little to no time remaining, get that, and then try to score again. Potentially score off of the onside kick to win it if they can hold them. But all Iowa's going to do is just run the football. Run the clock out. They don't get a 1st down. Penn State calls their timeouts. They punt the ball back. Okay? Penn State's then going to get the ball. No timeouts. Still down 13 with no time. Having to drive for 2 touchdowns to win the game. There's no way in hell Penn State wins this game. Iowa is going to defeat the Penn State Lions for the first time since 2010. First time on the road since 2009. And it'll be 34-21 as it is now, more so than not. The Hawkeyes will snap a 6-game losing streak against Penn State. And the blue and white will fall to 0-5 for the first time ever in program history. And James Franklin deserves and needs to be fired. And should be, and hopefully will be fired at that. So, I was just going to run the football once we return, and ball game. Plain and simple, end of story. So, Northwestern still 17-7 over Wisconsin.
Right now, we're offering our best deals of the year. Visit bowlandbranch.com.
Good for Patty Fitzgerald and Northwestern Wildcats, especially after the season they had last year. That's the other thing, too. Okay, Penn State having a season like this. Well, we saw what the Steelers did a few years back, or even last year. Okay, and now they're undefeated. I get it's a down year, it's 2020 and all that, but still not an excuse. So, we'll see what happens here, but Northwestern, 3 wins all last year. They're undefeated at 3-0, up 10 with under 10 to play against Wisconsin, who went to Michigan last Saturday night and absolutely blew out the Wolverines. After they blew out Wisconsin, or Illinois, Wisconsin, excuse me, week 1 on a Friday night, as Penn State calls a timeout, I do believe. But then Wisconsin was off for a few weeks because they didn't play because of COVID. Maryland's in the same situation right now. So, good for Northwestern. Timeout, Penn State, another TV timeout as well. So, get back to the action shortly. But Iowa's just going to run the ball, try to run as much time as they can off the clock. Okay, they don't get it. They'll pick up first down. They'll punt. Penn State with the ball back, no timeouts, needing 2 touchdowns to win it. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not even in my wildest dreams, or anybody's dreams for that matter, would Penn State come back and score 2 touchdowns, as they did earlier with Sean Clifford, in back-to-back drives on back-to-back plays, and win the game today. There's no way in hell. None whatsoever. So, at that point, we could probably start getting into, who's going to replace James Franklin at Penn State if he gets fired. Once again for the 2nd week in a row. Because it's just unacceptable. Like I said, when it all boils down, it comes back to him. He is the head football coach. And there's reports of his buyouts $5 million for the NFL. There's reports his buyouts near $40 million if they fire him. But write him a check. Write him a check and get him the hell out. But if they keep him, like they probably will, like I said last week, and then it's the same, next year, midway through the season as is now, then next year's all messed up, and then you got to start over 2022. But like I said, down year, bad season, you could bounce back, and that's probably what he's going to be saying. Well, and give me some more time. I've been here. Look what I did. Look what I've been able to do. Blah blah blah, and then go from there. And then at that point, if it's still the same, then okay, yeah, we'll both be in agreement. Mutually part ways. But if he was smart, he would leave for the NFL after this year. But I don't think he's that smart. I don't. So, we'll see what happens. Timeout, Penn State, back from the TV timeout. 2nd and 8 from the 15 for Iowa. Big hit by Penn State on defense. Another timeout for the Nittany Lions. And 3:10 to play.
Well, Joe, as Kirk Ferentz closes in on Big Ten win number 100, you wonder, how do you win that many games? In Ferentz's case, it has been about patience, consistency.
Yeah, you got to be consistent. You got to be balanced. And yeah, Ferentz, he wins this for Iowa today. Like I said earlier, 100th career Big Ten win for him. He's had success. Arguably the quietest success of any Division I college football head coach of all time. Like, seriously. And like I said, where else to do it other than at Penn State?
Don't get much better than Kirk Ferentz. You mentioned it.
And a reason why I wanted Kirk Ferentz in 2012 and 2014, but they didn't hire him.
He's taking his head job.
But it has to be, coming from both sides. Maybe he didn't want the job. That's for anybody because of all the sanctions and, all that. But there's no way in hell now he leaves Iowa because he's 65 years old. He's old enough to retire if he wasn't a football coach. But he'll be at Iowa the rest of his career. And then his son will probably more so not take over. But then maybe even, Bill O'Brien or say Brett Bielema or one of the Stoops, takes over for him once his time is all done. 3rd down and 7. Iowa was another run up the gut. 2 yards for him. Goodson once again on the carry. 4th down and 6. Final timeout by Penn State in the meantime. what I said was going to happen. I was going to run the ball. Penn State calls their 3 timeouts. Well, here we are. Iowa just ran the ball 3 times. Penn State just called all 3 of their timeouts. So with 3:06 to play, 4th down and 6, Iowa going to punt. Penn State going to have to drive with no timeouts, score. Get an onside kick, hope to get it, score again, and win the game. That's all there is to it. But it's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Go with the Coopers.
So pathetic that they're in this situation. But when you turn the ball over as many times as they've had so far this season, along with all the stupid penalties and the play calling, and just wrap it all up into one, when it all boils down, comes back to that guy standing on the sideline, James Franklin, with his arms crossed once again, and it's just unacceptable. Punt return out past midfield to the 43-yard line for Jahan Dotson of Penn State. So good starting field position here. 1st and 10 for Penn State. 2:53 to play. They got to score within 30 seconds here. Or give them a minute, you know, and then hope for an onside kick. Because you're not going to be able to stop it if you give it back to them and kick it deep because you don't have any timeouts. Matt Millen naming off some great Penn Staters now because of the generations of greatness uniforms being brought up. Living back in the day. Clifford going to go down on the sack. Don't have all day here. Let's go. What I say earlier is we kicked off. We're burning daylight. And John Wayne being originally from the state of Iowa, his Hawkeyes, even though he played at USC, going to beat Penn State here today. Parker Washington on the reception near side. It'll be 3rd down, or they give him the 1st down. How the hell was that for more than 11 yards? Yeah, take a shot from the 26. Okay, 1st and 10 from the 26. Clifford looking to throw. It's going to be caught and then dropped by Jahan Dotson. Come on. Catch the damn ball. And when this is all said and done, what comes out of it? They still don't have a running game. And they still don't know how to hold on to the football and not cost themselves, you know, with all the turnovers and all the penalties. 2nd and 10 from the 26-yard line for Penn State with 2:10 to play, down 13. Iowa bringing 6, and it's going to be picked off. And Iowa on the return out past midfield. Iowa going to return this for a pick 6. And to close it out and seal the deal, that shows you exactly how today has gone for Penn State and all season thus far. Iowa closing it out with a pick 6, 40-21 now, pending the extra point. And okay, Levis got benched as Clifford did last week, early second half. Clifford comes in, 2 consecutive drives on 2 plays, 2 touchdowns. Now has 2 interceptions and another pick 6 in back-to-back weeks to show for him as well. Just, like I said earlier, shoot me. Please and thank you. And if Penn State does not fire James Franklin, whether that be tomorrow, after next week, after the following week, after Michigan State close out the regular season, or the Big Ten Champions Week the following week before Christmas. Now, then, anywhere in between, end of season, whenever, wherever, fire his ass. Please. This is so fucking pathetic. Just I tell you what, regardless if it's 2020, COVID, all that bullshit, fans in the stands or not, unexcusable, unacceptable. Okay? Look at Iowa. They're in the same boat you're in. Look at Indiana. Look at Maryland. Look at Ohio State and Nebraska. They're all in the same boat you're in too, okay? Except conference-wide, you're still going to be the only winless team, holding down the ship. And the captain, for the most part, 9 times out of 10, always goes down with the ship, does he not? So, just... I don't even know how Michigan camp's going to go next week. I don't even want to think about it. So I don't know how Michigan's going to play tonight. That might be a good game to potentially pick up your first win. But who would have thought, honestly, Penn State would be winless at Thanksgiving, regardless if everything's normal or not. They're playing a regular season, or a shortened conference-only schedule. Just run the damn ball. At least get a running game going for once. Iowa going to bring more pressure. And yeah, Hawkeyes might have jumped off sides there.
Penn State has themselves a real quarterback dilemma.
A quarterback dilemma? They got a team dilemma in every which position, including the coaches. They'll say they have a tough decision to make with James Franklin, but not so hard. Be real easy. I think everyone knows what a pink slip is. Oh, hand it to him as he's walking off the field today.
It's just what they have, and this is what you have to use.
He said to us, trying to develop these guys, he likes the clay he has to mold.
Right.
He thinks that he has some marquee players in the future.
But when you can't put it on the field and put it all together and execute it properly, what do you expect? You're 0-5 now for the first time ever. Penn State football is 0-5. Did hell freeze over or something? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, you can't win like that. You can't beat yourself.
Exactly. And they keep shooting themselves in the foot. They keep digging themselves all the way to China and back. And for 5 times now, as soon as they dig their hole, they lay in it, and they can't get out. Whether they've come close late or not. Well, it's a little too late. And Kirk Ferentz going to pick up 100 Big Ten wins all time. Joe Paterno never even did that. But Penn State was only in the Big Ten from 1993 onwards, of course, but Joe was only the head coach from the late 60s into 2011. So, 6, 7, 8, 9 conference games a year, which that didn't come into play until after he was gone. 6, 7, 8 conference games a year, you're not going to win them all. You only have a few undefeated seasons every once in a while. Kirk Ferentz joins Bo and Woody and Alonzo Stagg as the only 4 Big Ten head coaches to have 100 Big Ten wins. Clifford going to go deep down the far sideline, incomplete, intent for number 3. Parker Washington, 4th down and 4. Final play of the ball game. They don't pick it up. Iowa with a knee. Pick up a kneel down, and Iowa going to pick up a road win, 41-21 over Penn State, and Penn State's going to fall to 0-5 for the first time ever. What do you change? You fire James Franklin. You fire James Franklin.
A season ago, Penn State was the only visiting team to beat Iowa at Kennedy. This season, Iowa's going to return the favor.
Kevon Lee on the screen near side. He's going to pick up a first down and get out of bounds. So Penn State, for the most part, should keep it here now the rest of the game. But unless they turn it over again, another pick six or a fumble, scoop, and score. Too many turnovers. Too many penalties. You know. It's just... It's frustrating. It is so hard to see him like this. You know, this is not Penn State football. I'll say it again. This is not Penn State football. 0-5? You know, it's not basketball or hockey or field hockey or, you know, volleyball or wrestling. It's Penn State football. With the loss at home today, 41-21 against Iowa, who will go to 3-2. Penn State going to be 0-5. 0-5 for the first time ever in the almost 130-year program history of the blue and white. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. That should do it. 3, 2, 1. Penn State 0-5 for the first time ever, with another loss as Iowa comes to Happy Valley, breaks a 6-game losing streak against the Nittany Lions, defeats Penn State for the first time since 2010. Kirk Ferentz, 100th career Big Ten win. Congrats to him. Iowa 41, Penn State 21, Penn State 0-5. All Franklin can once again do, shake hands with the opposing coach and assistant coaches, and then cross his arms. Get your goddamn head out of your ass and... I mean, that's 3-5 they went out, which they're not going to do. I said it last week. You know, they're 0-4, they're not going to win out and finish at 4-4, and, you know, 5-4 after a Big Ten Champions game, and then during Champions Week, and then, you know, a bowl game. But Penn State 0-5, they'll probably finish winless, unless they find a way to win next week or the following week or the week after that with Michigan, Rutgers, Michigan State. And then depending on who they play in Big Ten Champions Week, okay, we'll get there when we get there. But they're not going to a bowl game. He brings up the 2002 game, which, that went to overtime. So he picked up his first ever Big Ten win at Penn State in 2002. And he picks up his 100th career Big Ten win in 2020 at Penn State as well. Congrats to Kirk Ferentz. First Big Ten win in 2002 at Penn State. 100th today with the 41-21 win on the road in 2020, also at Penn State. So 41-21, the final score. Iowa defeating Penn State as the Nittany Lions fall to 0-5 for the first time ever. Northwestern still leads Wisconsin 17-7.
Joe, thanks. They are getting ready for some football in New Jersey. Greg Schiano and the Rutgers Scarlet Knights taking on Jim Harbaugh and Michigan. Both teams coming in at 1-3, about 40 minutes until they kick it off here on the
final stats and scores. Spencer Petras, only 18-28 for 186 yards passing. Really didn't do a whole lot in the second half, but did enough early on for Iowa to pick up the win. But they also had 175 total rushing yards as a team, with Mekhi Sargent having 15 carries for 101 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. And then Tyler Goodson also had 20 carries for 78 yards rushing and a score. Penn State on the other side, Will Levis getting the start today, had 13 completions on 16 attempts for 106 yards passing. And then Sean Clifford entering in the second half, back-to-back drives on back-to-back plays, had 2 passing touchdowns, one to Brenton Strange, the other 2 Jahan Dotson. Sean Clifford was 13 of 22 for 174 through the air and 2 scores. Also had 2 interceptions though as well, one that was returned once again for the second week in a row for a touchdown. Will Levis led the way rushing for Penn State. When your quarterback leads the team in rushing, once again there is something seriously wrong. Will Levis had 15 carries for 34 yards rushing. Sean Clifford was second behind him, so even worse. He had 6 carries for 13 yards. As Keziah Holmes had 6 carries for 8 yards, Kevon Lee 4 of 6, and Devin Ford 3 carries for 2 yards. You add all that up, the team as a whole had 35 carries for 62 yards rushing, averaging at less than 2 yards a carry, which is absolutely pathetic. Jahan Dotson had 8 catches for 139 yards passing and a touchdown. Kevon Lee, 6 catches for 41 yards. Brenton Strange, 3 of 38 in a score. Parker Washington, 2 catches for 31 yards. Theo Johnson, 2 of 14 early first quarter in absence of Pat Fryermuth, who was out injured today, so 5 catches for a little over 50 yards on the score for the tight ends this afternoon, but still not enough. They don't have a running game whatsoever, as we now see some highlights from Iowa and Penn State on the Big Ten Network during the post game here. Under a minute to play here, it looks like, with Wisconsin Northwestern. The Wildcats going to defeat the Badgers 17-7 and will be in the driver's seat moving forward in the Big Ten West. Northwestern already beat Iowa as well, so keep that in mind. And it looks like Northwestern right now is going to be facing Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game on December the 19th. Wisconsin, Iowa, still to play in a few weeks. They will meet on December the 12th. So those 2 teams will close out the season versus one another in a game that could have some implications on the Big Ten West, especially with Northwestern defeating Wisconsin now today 17-7. They'll go to Michigan State next week before also going to Minnesota and then hosting Illinois. Northwestern honestly could be undefeated at 8-0 at the end of the shortened, condensed, conference-only regular season for 2020. As should Ohio State, 2 8-0 teams in the top 25 for the Big Ten title. Come December the 19th, hell yeah, give me that any day of the week. Northwestern's for real. I mean, low scoring, but when you can hold a high-powered Wisconsin offense to only 7 points on the road, Northwestern going to come out of the Big Ten West, it looks like. Ohio State out of the Big Ten East. They'll meet in a rematch from a few years back in the Big Ten title game once again next month, it looks like. But, I mean, where to start with Penn State? We'll check in with some other games here first. Cincinnati, 36-25 over Central Florida. Oregon, up 3, 38-35 over UCLA, under a minute to play. Oregon with the football. 17-7 Northwestern going to beat Wisconsin. Alabama roll Tide over Kentucky, 56-3. Virginia 49-7 over Abilene Christian. Pitt putting up 40 on Virginia Tech. Those are the other games that are currently on right now. Some other games that went final in the meantime, since we last checked in. BYU 66-14 over North Alabama. University of Texas San Antonio beat Southern Miss 23-20. Oregon UCLA just went final, 38-35 for the Ducks over the Bruins. Nevada 26-21 over San Diego State. Oregon State beat Cal 31-27. And then Iowa State shut out Kansas State 45-0. As mentioned, still to come later on tonight, Tennessee and Auburn, along with Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. Liberty, NC State, Michigan, and Rutgers, along with USC and Utah, and Boise State and Hawaii. Iowa will host Nebraska next Friday afternoon on Black Friday, as we'll have football, of course, on Thanksgiving, because what else, how more American can you get overall? Next Friday on Black Friday, more football with college football. And then also next Saturday during Rivalry Week, next Sunday, more NFL football. But Nebraska going to be at Iowa as Northwestern 3-2-1 officially defeats Wisconsin, handing the Badgers their first loss of the season. Northwestern 17-7 over Whiskey, but Nebraska going to be at Iowa next Friday afternoon on Black Friday. Hopefully, everyone have a happy Thanksgiving and a safe Black Friday if you go out. But yeah, how more American is football on Thanksgiving? We're going to get 2 college games next week, 3 NFL games as always. But then Penn State going to be on the road at Michigan, and then at Rutgers the following week, as today was their next last home game. They'll close out the season at home on December the 12th against Michigan State. Who would ever thought, Penn State would be having a home game 2 weeks before Christmas, mid-December? But also, who would have thought Penn State would be 0-5 for the first time ever? They cannot do anything right. They can't block up front. They can't run the ball. They can't throw. Okay? They can't play any defense whatsoever. They can't block. They can't come off blocks. They can't cover, and they can't tackle. And special teams has been an issue this season as well. So, and it all starts up top with the coaches, with head coach James Franklin. And in my opinion, a change needs to be made. Penn State 0-5 for the first time ever. Like I said earlier, Joe Paterno never did that. Bill O'Brien never did that. James Franklin making history in the wrong way, getting Penn State to 0-5 for the first time ever in 2020. So, write him a check, pay him what you owe him, fire his ass, and bring in somebody for 2021. As mentioned last week, I had ran by a few candidates that I had put in a list, that I've always kept a list, since 2011 when they hired Bill O'Brien, and then once O'Brien left the NFL to join the Houston Texans, which he got fired by this past September, so he could be an option. We'll get more into that in a second, but as post-game for most of these games now from the 3:30 window, wrap up, we'll have night games kickoff in college football on this Saturday, November night before Thanksgiving. But I've always kept a list, and up until last week, go ahead and look at it, like I said last week, for about a month or so, maybe in a few months, I don't even remember honestly. But this past week, just the other day, I went back through it, added a few more names, honestly, that I thought, think at least could potentially be, good potential fits, good candidates for that matter. But a few that I mentioned last week are going to stay put. I feel, it's necessary to be saying this because 0-5 for James Franklin and Penn State is unacceptable. So something needs to, happen. A change needs to be made. If it's him, okay. If it's a few assistant coaches, okay. But I feel it's him because he doesn't show any emotion whatsoever. They're 0-5. They can't do a damn thing right. All he does is stand there and cross his arms. And he talks and he recruits well, but he can't coach. He's not a football coach. He's a public speaker more than anything. He's a con artist. Okay? Plain and simple. But I feel like, looking back at this list that I, like I said, this past week, went back in and added a few more names and then actually put in order of, and in bold, that I'll probably post to social media at some point too. So keep an eye out for that, along with a video, if in fact they fire him, but I'm talking about this now, just so it's out there. Put them in order for, from top to bottom, who I would, myself personally, being a Penn State fan, hold, not to a higher standard by any means, but feel most comfortable with moving forward. Who I would want, 1, 2, 3 on down the line. Because it's not supply and demand necessarily, but it's until, contracts are signed, all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, everything's finalized. It's all hearsay on, oh, this person's interested, so's this person, oh, they're not interested now, they pulled out, they're taking this job, blah, 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 all that we hear every year. I get the buyout, but write a check, pay him what you owe. I feel James Franklin needs fired by Penn State. So Penn State University, all the higher ups, athletic director Sandy Barber, make the right decision and please fire head coach James Franklin. So, with that all being said, these are candidates that I named off for the most part last week. I'm going to name off again, but then I added a few more in that I think could potentially be good fits for Penn State football moving forward. Getting them out of the 0-5 winless hole that they're in right now, that they have dug themselves with all the mistakes that they made so far this season, with the turnovers, the penalties, not being able to run the football, not being able to tackle on defense, and acting as if it's okay. Well, it's not. It's Penn State football, okay? 0-5 is unacceptable. James Franklin needs fired, so I feel like if they can get Matt Rule from the NFL, if they can get Matt Rule to lead the Carolina Panthers after 1 year, come back home to his alma mater, hire Matt Rule. I don't see it happening, though, after this season. As I said last week, it'd be a better option if they would keep Franklin for the rest of this year, on into next year, and then, of course, if they are stumbling midway through the season, you fire them mid-season or fire them at the end of next year. Depending on what happens with Carolina Panthers in next year, maybe they're good, maybe they're not. Who knows? The games aren't played until they're all said and done. Maybe Matt Rule leaves, the NFL. And like I said, it'd be sort of a similar situation as to, I'm not comparing Matt Rule to Nick Saban by any means, but it'd be a similar situation with Nick Saban having already been at Michigan State, LSU, and then going to Miami Dolphins before, after 3 seasons, resigning and then taking the Alabama job. And he's been there ever since, creating the dynasty. He has. So, not saying Matt Rule is Nick Saban by any means, but look at Matt Rule. You know, played at Penn State, assistant under Al Golden at Temple, took the Temple job, head coach at Baylor. Now he's in the NFL with the Panthers. You know, after a season or a few, you know, back to college maybe, to Penn State, who knows, but Matt Rule is the #1 target for Penn State football. If they can lure him away from the NFL, and that's the thing with the money that it's going to come down to. Okay, you fire Franklin, you buy him out, you pay him what you owe him, you're already in the hole. But it's not like they don't have money. I get they act like they don't have money, but Penn State has money. Don't get me wrong. We all know that. End of story on that. Okay, so you know, ticket prices would probably just go up. You know, they'd want, you know, more donations and, you know, all that. But nonetheless, the potential fit for Matt Rule with Penn State, if in fact, you know, he would, you know, come back home to Penn State. He, born in NYC, grew up at State College, played Penn State in the 1990s on defense, and, you know, has been a coach ever since. You know, like I said, I just ran all that down. But the money would be an issue. It would, but it wouldn't, because like I said, they have the money, but they're going to act like they don't. So you buy out Franklin, you fire him, you pay him what you owe him. Now, if the NFL comes calling for him, but I don't know who or why anybody would, because they're 0-5, you have the NFL paying Penn State then the money that, you know, he's owed on his contract. The NFL would buy him out, he'd go to the NFL. Penn State would then use that money to go hire somebody else. Okay? But when you potentially fire James Franklin and pay him what you owe him, and then you want to go buy out and hire Matt Rule from the Panthers, who just signed a 5-year deal, and he's in the first that 5-year deal, yeah, numbers are going to go down year after year. But you add all that up, it's going to total probably close to $100 million, I'm thinking. Honestly, really haven't done the math on that, but you think about it, because I don't know what Matt Rule's contract exactly is. I know it's a 5-year deal, I just don't know the number on it, but he's the head coach in the National Football League, for God's sakes. Like, you know the money's there. You know he's getting paid. So, Penn State would be in the hole. That's why I'm saying it'd be better if Matt Rule would come in after next year, but if they bring him in after this year, if they fire Franklin now, more power to him, I'll take it, and then you work your way out of it, because the only good thing that can come out of it, you know, when it's all said and done, is a Big Ten championship and a national championship. And Matt Rule, honestly, would be the go-to. Hell, they should have hired him, you know, from Temple. If they would have fired Franklin at the end of 2015, or if Penn State won on the run they did in 2016, Franklin would have been gone then. And then Rule probably would have came to Penn State then and not went to Baylor, but then would he have had the same success that he did at Baylor here at Penn State to get to the NFL if he would have left Penn State for the NFL, or if, you know, because then we could be saying right now Matt Rule could be getting fired by Penn State. You know, so you got to look at it every which way. But if they can't hire Matt Rule, which I don't see them doing right now, but I would absolutely love that hire. Go to Boise State, hire Brian Harsin, okay? We've seen, and I talked about it last week with, hell, even Chris Peterson. His name could come up as well, former Boise State and Washington coach who retired after last season. So taking a year off, as a few former coaches have done before. Urban Meyer, one of those. Of course, he was at Bowling Green, Utah, and Florida. Won 2 national titles, took a year off, said he had a heart attack, heart troubles, heart problems, whatever it was. Came back to Ohio State, or came back to Ohio. Almost took the Penn State job in 2012. Took the Ohio State job and led them to a national title as well in the first year of college football playoff. But Chris Peterson could be an option. You know, like I say, he just retired after last year. He's getting up there in age. But you look at all the success that Boise State has had over the years. Okay? New Year's Six wins over Big Power 5, New Year's Six appearances, nonetheless, are good enough, okay? And then New Year's Six wins over Big Power 5 programs, like, check mark, okay? And then it'd sort of be a similar situation with Peterson leaving Boise State to go to Washington. All the success that he had Boise State, and then all the success that he had Washington, leading them to the college football playoff a few years back, jipping Penn State out back in 2016, if Penn Staters can remember that, and then Penn State beat Washington a year later in the Fiesta Bowl. So I feel like with all the success that Boise State has had, and then with Peterson leaving to go to Washington and having the same, I feel like Brian Harsin could do the same, leaving Boise State to come to Penn State. Brian Harsin would be the two, but the go-to number one, honestly, in my book, in my opinion, if they can't get Matt Roll, which I don't see that happening right now. But then you go to Northwestern, okay? And then also to Cincinnati for Pat Fitzgerald and Luke Fickell. Fitzgerald and Kirk Ferentz's name, like I said earlier, both came up in 2012 and 2014, along with Dan Mullen, who's now at Florida, because he has a connection with Pennsylvania. He's from Philly. He was at Mississippi State at the time. None of them took the job. So, and the other hard part, like I said last week, is coaches leaving their alma mater to go elsewhere for a bigger or better job. Yeah, you just don't really see it. Mike Gundy's another one at Oklahoma State. So honestly, it's Matt Roll, Brian Harsin, followed by Pat Fitzgerald and Luke Fickell, who could potentially, take the next step. But I feel like he's going to be fine at Cincinnati for the time being. He's winning, as it is. But eventually, money's going to talk. So does a former Buckeye go to Michigan if they fire Harbaugh? Does he come to Penn State if they fire Franklin? Does he go elsewhere? Thing is, when he was interim back in 2011, taking over for Jim Tressel at Ohio State, the Buckeyes went 6-6 before Urban Meyer came to town. So wasn't really able to win in 1 year that he was thrown into at a big D1 program, but he's now able to win at a non-Power 5 at Cincinnati. Luke Fickell could be an option. So I would take Matt Roll, Brian Harsin, Pat Fitzgerald, and Luke Fickell. And then, like I said last week as well, Penn Staters know this name quite well, Joe Moorhead, the former offensive coordinator for the Nittany Lions for 2 seasons, after leaving the Fordham head coaching position, came to Penn State in 16 and 17 as the offensive coordinator. Big Ten championship, Rose Bowl, and Fiesta Bowl before he went to Mississippi State and then got his Yankee ass drug out of town. Now he's the offense coordinator at Oregon. We just saw Oregon defeat UCLA by 38-35. So behind Matt Roll, it'd be Matt Roll, Brian Harsin, Pat Fitzgerald, Luke Fickell, and then Joe Moorhead. But then even behind him, a potential return of Bill O'Brien. I think fans wouldn't mind that. I would welcome him back, honestly, regardless if he left, for the NFL or not. The thing is, I don't know if Penn State would be, warm enough to welcome him back as the next football coach at Penn State if they fire James Franklin. So Matt Roll, Brian Harsin, Pat Fitzgerald, Luke Fickell, Joe Moorhead, and then Bill O'Brien. I would welcome back. I think all Penn Staters would, honestly. He won 8 games in 2012, 7 games in 13, and then left for the NFL. Franklin, if he was smart, he would leave for the NFL as well, but I don't think he's that smart. And then you got to go to Stanford. David Shaw with the Cardinal. A few down seasons the past 2 years, and then with 2020, a shortened season. Not playing a whole lot. They got beat on the road pretty bad by Oregon a few weeks back. Lost again last week to Colorado. So maybe he'll want to leave. I mean, we saw Harbaugh go to the NFL to the 49ers, and then he got run out before he went to Michigan. So maybe David Shaw, Kirk Ferentz as well. And then, along with Mike Gundy and Gary Patterson at Oklahoma State and TCU, both getting up there in age. But then you got to go to Kyle Whittingham, I think, at Utah, potentially, who's been there since Urban left Utah for Florida back at the end of the 2004 season. And then Matt Campbell at Iowa State. His name's going to be hot. Honestly, up there, it's going to be Matt Campbell and Luke Fickell as the two hottest commodities in all college football, I think, this upcoming coaching carousel for college football, or even for the NFL for that matter. Especially with Iowa State shutting out Kansas State 45-0 today in the Big 12, and then Iowa State heading on down to Austin, Texas, to take on the Longhorns next Friday on Black Friday. So Matt Campbell could be shooting up this list. Matt Campbell could be an option for Penn State. I wouldn't mind that. Because I have however many coaches here, with probably half of them in bold, the others not. The ones I have in bold are Matt Rule, Brian Harsin, Pat Fitzgerald, Luke Fickell, Joe Moorhead, Bill O'Brien, David Shaw, Kirk Ferentz, Kyle Whittingham, Matt Campbell, and then Chris Peterson. Okay? And then the others, Mike Gundy, Gary Patterson, Josh Heupel, Central Florida. I don't think it'd be the right fit, like I said last week. A few former head coaches at that, that are now either retired or assistants. Start with Bob Stoops, Chris Peterson, and Urban Meyer. Probably not going to happen, but you never know. Urban, for sure, no, but on the list just because he's been on the list before. And then Stoops, the Stoops brothers being from Youngstown, Ohio, only a few-hour drive. He's been retired for a few years from Oklahoma, along with Chris Peterson from Boise State and Washington. Dan Mullen and Jimbo Fisher a few years back, yeah, but not now. But then, a few others, that are, whether they're assistant coaches now or former head coaches that are now assistants. You got to look at Brett Bielema, honestly. You just hear me out. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work because it's not a good fit. But look what he did at Wisconsin. Okay, he went to 3 straight Rose Bowls before he left Arkansas, and then completely shit the bed down in Fayetteville. Got run out of town, rightfully so, and now he's an assistant in the NFL with the Patriots and the Giants. But maybe third time's a charm somewhere for him. If it could work, because we know what Wisconsin football is in the Big Ten. Okay, he got a little too far ahead of himself, leaving Wisconsin for Arkansas back at the end of 2012, who at that point was sort of, along with Vanderbilt, doorstop of the SEC. Arkansas lost by 3 today at 3-5 now. Damn good season though compared to how they've been over the past few years. So shout out to the Hogs, but he got a little too far ahead of himself, jumped the gun, and it just didn't work out. But then you also got to look at another Wisconsin assistant right now, and Jim Leonard, a former player for the Badgers. He's currently their defensive coordinator. And then speaking of another coordinator or two on offense and defense, Steve Sarkisian, a former Washington football coach before Chris Peterson came to town, as he took the USC job then. And then he's had his problems off the field with coaching and playing. He's now down at Alabama, worked in the NFL with the Falcons for a year or two as well, but he's at Alabama once again as the offensive coordinator. Steve Sarkisian could potentially be a name. And then Brent Venables from Clemson, their defensive coordinator. His name pops up every year for a coaching job. He stayed put, Penn State honestly should look at, somebody who could potentially be, say the next Nick Saban or Dabo Swinney or, Urban Meyer or, someone along those lines for, this era of college football. They're never going to find, and once again, probably not, you never know, you never say never though, another Joe Paterno or another Bear Bryant or, Bo Schembechler or Woody Hayes. The list goes on and on and on. So I'd call it Matt Rule if you do fire James Franklin. See what he has to say. It's probably going to be a no for now, but never know. But my 5, pushing 6, 7, maybe even 8 top guys for Penn State if Penn State were to move on from James Franklin, or if he would leave to go to the NFL. Once again, for the second consecutive week, as Penn State's 0-5 now for the first time ever, with a 20-point home loss against Iowa, 41-21. Matt Rule, Brian Harsin, Pat Fitzgerald, along with Luke Fickell, and then Joe Moorhead, Bill O'Brien, David Shaw from Stanford, Kirk Ferentz. However, he's 65 years old. He's not going to be leaving Iowa anytime soon. But then Kyle Whittingham and then Matt Campbell from Iowa State. Those would be the top guys, I think. Along with Chris Peterson, who retired after last year from Washington after leaving Boise State. And now some breaking news. Pat Freiermuth done for the season for Penn State. Penn State's star tight end will have season-ending surgery this week for injury he sustained in the Ohio State game back on Halloween. Doesn't say the type of injury, but Pat Freiermuth done for the season at tight end. So there was some speculation on whether or not he was going to play, this season or not, opting out as Micah Parsons did, but it's still next man up on defense. They still can't tackle, one way or another. So blame it on that all you want, but that's not the reason. They can't run the ball. They can't block. They can't run the ball. They can't throw. They can't do a damn thing right. They can't get off the blocks. They can't cover. They can't tackle on defense. Special teams is, an issue as well. So it all starts with James Franklin, and Penn State 0-5 for the first time ever. I truly believe, I think myself, your host, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. I myself personally think that Penn State should move on from Penn State. So, sorry for a little hiccup there, but Penn State at 0-5 for the first time ever, losing today by 20 at home against Iowa, 41-21. So that'll do it for myself. Let me see if I can get this right this time around. Myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As always, Penn State with a 20-point home loss against Iowa, 41-21. They'll travel to Michigan next Saturday night. Next Saturday, whether it be Saturday at noon, Saturday afternoon, or Saturday night football. Kick time still to be determined. But Rutgers about to host Michigan on the Big Ten Network. So Michigan at Rutgers this evening, the final Big Ten game of the weekend. But yeah, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. Penn State with a 20-point home loss against Iowa, 41-21. Once more, and they're 0-5 for the first time ever before traveling to Ann Arbor to take on the Michigan Wolverines in the Big House next weekend. And then they'll be at Rutgers and then Michigan State at home before Big Ten Champions Week. But we'll see how much longer James Franklin lasts at the helm for Penn State. Thanks for watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow as well for more live reactions, play-by-play. All live right here on YouTube of NFL Steelers and Jaguars, along with the WWE Survivor Series. Penn State 0-5 for the first time ever, losing to Iowa this afternoon, 41-21.